제10회
Let us begin the 10th International Arctic Shipping Seminar. I'm Ki-tae Kim of Yongsan Institute of Arctic Logistics. I'll be today's MC for today's seminar. Every December, the Institute of Arctic Logistics has hosted the Arctic Shipping Seminar with the support of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. This year's theme is Arctic shipping infrastructure, key issues and prospects. This would serve as an opportunity for you to look into the issues and the prospects of the Arctic shipping infrastructure. Now, I would like to invite Deputy Minister Ki Do-am of Oceans and Fisheries for his opening remarks. Distinguished guests, I'm Ki-do, Deputy Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for attending the 10th International Arctic Shipping Seminar, virtually and in person despite the difficult circumstances due to the pandemic. The Arctic Shipping Route has attracted a lot of attention from many countries around the world, including Europe and Asia, as it offers the shortest route from Asia to Europe, as well as the massive natural resources in the region. In particular, after the Suez Canal accident in March this year, the Arctic shipping route, or Northern Sea Route, began to be reevaluated as an alternative to the existing route connecting Asia and Europe. Russia is exporting natural gas produced in the area along the Northern Sea Route to Asia and Europe. And when the second LNG project, Arctic 2 LNG, is completed in 2023, the annual export volume is expected to reach 37 million tons. December last year, the Norwegian government announced that it would implement its long-term Arctic policy and published the Arctic White Paper containing policies on development and economic plan and strategies regarding the Arctic region. The Korean government also enacted the Act on Promoting Activities in the Polar Regions in October this year, laying the groundwork to promote economic activities such as entering the Arctic shipping route and securing a framework for systematic development of Korea's polar activities. Despite these possibilities and prospects, the prospects for the route are not entirely optimistic. For the long navigation between Europe and Asia, the Northern Sea Route does not offer any stopover, so it is considered not economically feasible for liners, and some global companies and large European carriers have declared that they will not use the Northern Sea Route due to the environmental concerns. Against this backdrop, views on and prospects for the Northern Sea Route are mixed, but we must continue to prepare ourselves for the future. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, about 150 years ago, had faced significant challenges, and there was no guarantee for success. However, Jules Verne's masterpiece, Around the World in 80 Days, released 3 years after the completion of the canal, considered the canal as the greatest contributor to changing the course of world history with a reckless, challenging spirit. Although the current Northern Sea Route has many issues to be addressed, in order to be fully commercialized, someday will emerge as a logistic route in consideration of climate change, and we must seize the opportunity. Today, we are here to explore the possibilities of the Northern Sea Route and identify ways to take advantage of it. I look forward to active discussions and policy suggestions from experts at today's seminar. Lastly, I wish all of you every good luck and success. Thank you for your time and attention.
은기두 차관님이
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And now we will hear from the Norwegian Ambassador Solberg to Korea for his congratulatory remarks.
Thank you for once again inviting me to take part in the Arctic Partnership Week. I look forward to this important event every December. This is a key platform for collaboration between the Republic of Korea and Norway, and an important forum to discuss bilateral, regional, and multilateral cooperation with our Arctic partners. The Arctic is high on my government's agenda, and needless to say, Arctic shipping is a central part of this interest. It's therefore an honor for me to open the 10th International Arctic Shipping Seminar, and I would like to thank the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for your engagement. In this regard, along with many others, let me also extend my thanks to Director General J.U. John from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Mr. Justin Kim, Acting President of the Korean Maritime Institute, and not least, Professor Song Won Hong from Yongsan University for your participation. Dear friends, in the Arctic, Norway's international and domestic interests meet. 1/3 of our mainland territory is within the Arctic Circle. It's home to 10% of our population. And not least, the northern part of Norway has a long tradition of sustainable management of resources. The region is at the forefront of research and green industrial development. But it's also the region most affected by climate change in our country. New observations show that the Arctic is warming 3 times faster than the global average. For the Arctic communities and ecosystems, the consequences will be felt the strongest. One of the consequences of the rise in temperatures is the decrease in sea ice. This, together with the development of ice-breaking capacity in the shipping, has opened for more traffic between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. However, there is still uncertainty whether the Northeast Passage is feasible for shipping, both in the short and long term. Anyway, for Norway, it is important that any discussion about the Northeast Passage pays close attention to legal, political, and environmental issues. And let me underline one important point. It is important that all activity in the Arctic is in line with the law of the sea. Respect for international law and freedom of navigation remains fundamental. International law applies in the Arctic just as it does elsewhere in the world. To continue a rule-based order in the Arctic, Norway plays an active role in multilateral fora with Arctic shipping on the agenda, including the IMO and the Arctic Council. My second point is that it is a priority for us that all maritime activity in the Arctic is safe and environmentally sound. Shipping is a climate-friendly mode of transport, but it also leads to emissions. My government firmly believes that by contributing to the development of zero and low-emission technologies for maritime transport, Norway can make an important contribution to the global climate and the Arctic environment. The last point I wish to make is the continued need for international research cooperation. Knowledge is at the heart of Norwegian Arctic policy. Close cooperation and interaction with the scientific community is key for reaching our goals for the region. This is also one of the areas where cooperation between our two countries is the closest. The Republic of Korea and Norway engage in a range of research projects together that are relevant for shipping. These joint studies contribute greatly to our knowledge about the Arctic, including the effects of a warming climate. Dear friends, as I said, many interests meet in the Arctic. We need cooperation between the Arctic states, observer states, indigenous groups, knowledge institutions, and not least the shipping industry. Forums like this seminar plays a great part in fostering such cooperation. Norway greatly appreciates the cooperation with the Republic of Korea on all aspects of Arctic matters. And I would like to thank you all for your engagement, your insights, and for sharing. I wish you a very successful International Arctic Shipping Seminar. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
예, 대사님의 좋은
Thank you, Ambassador. Now we'd like to take a group photo to commemorate today's seminar. Those who are joining us virtually via Zoom platform, please turn your camera on. And those who are here in person with the nameplate on the table, would you please come forward to the stage?
자, 예, 지금부터 기조발표.
Now, I would like to move on to the keynote speech. The carrier of Christopher, an operator of Christopher de Marzari, is Sovcomflot of Russia, and this is an opportunity for us to listen to their experiences in operating their vessels in the Arctic Sea. So the title of the presentation is Standard Shipping in the Arctic, Sovcomflot's Experience, and the speaker is Mr. Vladislav Zibo. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Hello? Loud and clear? Cool. My name is Vlad Zibush, and I'm representing the Sovcomflot. I'm a site team manager at the Daewoo Shipbuilding. Currently we have a project of the 3 Arctic 7 LNG vessels. And I would like to briefly represent some information about the Sovcomflot and what we do in the Arctic. Okay? So the Sovcomflot specialized in the marine transportation of the liquefied gas and the other hydrocarbons, as well as servicing the offshore energy production. So we are integrated ship owner and a vessel operator with 134 vessels with 11.65 million tons of the dead weight. Okay, experts in the harsh environmentals. So the world's largest owner and the operator of the class vessel. So 80 vessels at the moment in operation, so there's more than half of the fleet of the Sovcomflot. Focus on the servicing large-scale upstream energy projects. So our key clients is Gazprom, Sakhalin, Energy, Lukoil, Shell, Trafigura, Novatek, ExxonMobil, Vitol, Total Energy, Chevron, BP, Phillips 66, and PetroChina. Headquarters is located in the St. Petersburg, Russia, with offices across Russia as well as in London, Limassol, and Dubai. So, Sovcomflot in the Arctic. So, Sovcomflot has been servicing large energy projects in the Arctic since 2008. So, Sovcomflot's Arctic portfolio today include 4 ongoing projects: Varendai, Prirazlovnaya, Novy Port, Yamal LNG, with 1 more project scheduled to begin in the 2023 Arctic LNG 2. So the total 11 vessels deployed in Arctic, So 9 crude oil shuttle tankers, 1 ice-breaking LNG carrier, and the 1 support vessels, with the further 18 vessels under construction. In the 2010, Sovcomflot pioneered using the Nord Stream route for large capacity energy shipping. SKF plays a major part in operation the safe year-round navigation along the full length of the Northern Sea route. So we have some milestones. So 2008, Sovcomflot began transporting crude oil from the Warrendey project at the Barents Sea, 3 shuttle tankers, Arctic 6 class. 2014, SKF began transporting the crude oil from the Prirazlovne project at Barents Sea as well, 2 shuttle tankers, Arctic 6 class. 2016, SKF began transporting crude oil from the Novi Newport project at the Kara Sea, 4 shuttle tankers, Arctic 7 class. 2017, SKF began transporting LNG for the Yamal energy project at the Kara Sea as well, the 1 ice-breaking LNG carrier, Arctic 7 class. And the new project is coming, so the target is 2023. This is the Arctic LNG project as well. It's going to be served in the Kara Sea, so with a total number of the vessels, 18 ice-breaking LNG carriers, Arctic 7 as well. So unlocking the potential of the Northern Sea route 2010-2011. So 2010 and 2011, we completed 2 experimental transit voyages across the Northern Sea route from the Europe to Asia Pacific in a cooperation with Atomflot and the Novatek. So those voyages proved both the technical feasibility and the economic viability of using those routes as a transport corridor for the large-scale energy shipping. During the 2011 voyage, Sovcomflot opens up a completely new deep-water route to the north of the new Siberian Islands archipelago for commercial shipping as well. So experimental voyages laid the foundation for developing an effective transportation scheme crucial for Yamal LNG and Arctic LNG 2 and other major industrial projects across the Russian Arctic, which are oriented towards Asian Pacific markets. Extending the navigation period along the Northern Sea route 2020 and 2021. Traditionally, the transit navigation along the full length of the Northern Sea route is open from July till November. The most challenging part of the route is the eastern sector, where ice and navigation conditions are the hardest. In 2020 and 2021, Sovcomflot completed 2 experimental transit voyages between Yamal and China, and proved that this window could be extended almost twofold for high ice class vessels. So we've done 2020 early voyage, May eastwards, and a 2021 late voyage, January eastwards, February return voyage westwards. So this is the map. So experimental Rome voyage of the LNG carrier Christopher de Margerie. So Sabetha, Jingsu, Sabetha. So it took us round trip 44 days and 15 hours, including the time spent in the port and the discharge of the cargo. So January, sailing eastwards from Sabetha to Jiangsu, 19 days, 17 hours. Along the NSR, it took us 10 days, 24 hours, 21 hours, sailing independently without the ice-breaking assistance. And in February, so sailing westwards from Jiangsu to Sabetha, 23 days, along the Northern Sea route, 11 days, 10 hours with icebreaker escort. So this is the new generation of the LNG carriers for the Arctic. Based on the extensive experience of operation the world's first Arctic LNG carrier, Christopher de Margerie, Sovcomflot, together with Novatek, is creating the new generation of LNG carriers for the Arctic. So 18 vessels under construction, deliveries 2023 and 2025. So 18 vessels. As I mentioned, increase ice-breaking capabilities and the maneuverability in the ice compared to the first generation of the Christopher de Margerie series. So power capacity compatible to icebreaker, 45 megawatts. It's going to be 15 vessels, basically the 15 megawatts each boat, and the 15 megawatts for 3 vessels currently built at Daewoo. So means each boat is 17 megawatts. So ice class Arctic 7, estimated ice breaking performance, 1.5 meter over ice bow forward and a 2.1 meter over ice stern first. So energy transition, sustainability facilitation. Vessels both transport LNG and they use it as a fuel, which allows to reduce the vessel's emissions. So also adopting the lower carbon vessels fuels for Arctic operations. So the IMO organization has banned HE4 from being used in Arctic since 2024, with a possible postponement until 2029. The LNG is promising as the next lower emission fuel for the Arctic vessels. 2018, SKF pioneered the adoption of the LNG as a primary fuel for large capacity tankers shipping worldwide. Our experience proves that using LNG as a primary fuel allows to significantly reduce vessels' emissions, including the CO2 emissions. 2019, SKF pioneered the introduction of the LNG fuel for energy transportation in the Arctic. We have proved that practical feasibility of using LNG as a fuel for the cargo transit across the full length of the Northern Sea route. The key factor for LNG adoption is the availability of bunkering infrastructure. Safety comes first at the Northern Sea route first. It's a very harsh condition, so more than anywhere else, safe navigation in the Arctic relies on the crew skills, experience and the competence. So the SKF heavily invests in personnel training. The Arctic does not forgive haste. Voyage speed limited to what is deemed safe given the navigation and the ice conditions. So the safest and the quickest route is often not the shortest one. Risk assessment, detailed voyage planning and the preparation including analysis and a forecast of the ice conditions, digital solutions for ice conditions, mapping and plotting safe routes and so on and so on. Infrastructure, so the pace of development of the Northern Sea route infrastructure must correspond to the growth of the shipping traffic along the Northern Sea route. Satellites for the ice monitoring and the communications, icebreaker assistance, navigation and hydrographic support, rescue service, etc., etc. Thank you for listening. Okay.
예, 발표 잘 들었.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much. November this year, the Northern Sea route, we had a lot of ice and frozen, so a few ships and vessels were isolated in the Northern Sea or Arctic Sea. And these Arctic 7 vessels, as they moved from China to Subic, they helped to break the ice. That was also reported on the media, but these ice class and the ice breaking vessels need to really develop, and I hope that this of comfort is now pioneering, and I hope more companies will follow. So we are now having this international seminar, and that was for the keynote speech, and we will move on to the first session. Professor Yoon Hee-sung from KMOU will moderate the session. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, good afternoon. I am the moderator for the session 1. I am Professor Yoon Hee-sung from KMOU. For the first session, let me invite the first presenter. He will open up the first session. He is the acting head of the NSRA, Mr. Nikolai Monko. Please meet him from the online. Hello?
니콜라이 몽코님, 제 목소리
Can you hear me, Mr. Monko? Can you hear me?
Dear participants of Arctic Shipping Seminar, good day. The topic of my report is brief results of navigation in water area of Northern Sea Route in 2021. Slide 2, please.
자,
Slide. Next slide. This slide shows the borders of the water area of Northern Sea Route. The water of the Northern Sea Route is the area of the Arctic seas with the most difficult ice condition where regular navigation is carried out. Regular navigation has been carried out along the Northern Sea Route for almost 90 years. Russian sailors have accumulated vast experience in the sphere of the Arctic shipping during this time. The regular navigation in the waters of the Northern Sea Route and the requirement for vessels were adopted back in 1990. Next slide, please. Features of the navigation features of organization of navigation in the water area of Northern Sea Route 2021. Navigation is carried out according to the new navigation rules approved by the government of the Russian Federation in September 2020. As condition, forecasting is carried out with a high spatial detail, which can allow to identify relatively small areas with different type of ice conditions.
지금 소리가
We can't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you check your mic? Can you?
예.
The new version of the rules of navigation 2020 take into account the accumulated experience and trends in the development of the navigation along the Northern Sea Route. According to the rules, the organization of navigation of ships in the water area of Northern Sea Route is carried out by the Marine Operations Headquarters, a special navigation service. Headquarters is mandated to ensure icebreaker assistance for ships and export of ships along the navigable waterways in the water area of Northern Sea Route and develop routes for navigation of ships. Russian legislation introduced a permitting procedure for the navigation in the water area of Northern Sea Route. The permissions are issued by the Northern Sea Route Administration. The procedure to obtain the permission to navigate along this route is regulated by the rules of navigation in the water area of Northern Sea Route. Issuance of permissions is implemented on the basis of application of ship owner, his representative, or ship's master. The application with a list of documents specified by the rules of navigation should be made in the electronic form in the Russian or English languages and sent by email or download through the online form on the Northern Sea Route Administration website. Polar ship certificate provided by the Polar Code is included in the list of documents which are submitted to the Northern Sea Route Administration for obtaining permission to navigate in the water area of Northern Sea Route. If the list of documents does not contain Polar ship certificate, permission for navigation in water area of Northern Sea Route is not issued. Providing this certificate concerns vessels which are affected by the Polar Code. Next slide. Slide 5, please. Next slide, please. Okay. This slide shows schematically information about procedure for obtaining permission to navigate in the water area of Northern Sea Route. Comprehensive information about the procedure for obtaining permission is published in the rules of navigation in the water area of Northern Sea Route. Slide 6. Next slide. Before. Slide 6. Slide 6, please. This slide information about the number of permission issued by the Northern Sea Administration 2021. Okay. As of the 1st of November, the number of issued permissions for navigation through the Northern Sea route is 1,155. 151 of them were issued to vessels under foreign flag. The number of refusal, 25. Next slide. This slide gives information about the foreign companies, foreign flags, which obtaining permission for ships navigation in the water area of Northern Sea route. As evident in this slide, ships from 19 countries and 70 companies were operating in water area of Northern Sea route in 2021. This slide also provides information on the number of applications submitted by foreign ship owners for obtaining permission for ships navigation in the water area of Northern Sea route. Next slide. This slide presents general information on the annual volumes of cargo transported along the North Sea route from 2011 to 2021, including transit cargo. In 2021, as of November 1st, 29 million tons were transported. The growth of cargo volume transportation along the North Sea route has increased in tenfold since 2011. The focus shows us that at the end of the 2021, a little more 34 million tons of cargo will be transported along the sea route this year. Next slide. This slide shows information about the type of quantity of cargo handled at the port and points of the North Sea route in 2021 as of November 1st. There are 49 points which have been targets for delivery and export of cargo. These are Arctic ports, remote marine terminals, autonomous objects, localities, drilling platforms, fishing area. In total, as of November 1st, 27 million and 102,000 tons of cargo were sent or delivered through the ports and point of the Northern Sea route. Next slide. This slide shows the overall plan of map ports and points in the water areas of North Sea route where cargo operations were carried out in 2021. The volume of delivery and transported cargo are also shown on this slide. Navigation to the port of Sabeta, including terminal Cape Kamenny and the port of Dudinka, is carried out year-round. Cargo delivery to the ports of Pevek and Dixon is carried out with an extended navigation period. Navigation to the other ports and points of the Northern Sea route takes place in the summer-autumn season. A significant part of the cargo of the port and points of obey the coastal of the Laptev and East Siberian seas was delivered in summer-autumn season by River Sea navigation ships. Next slide. The graph shows the information on the quantity of vessel transit voyages along the Northern Sea route from 2011 to 2021 as on November 1st. Total number on transit voyages is 2020, 88. 27 on them is ballast. Transit voyage is defined as the sailing of the vessel from the western boundary to the eastern border of the Northern Sea Route, or vice versa from the eastern boundary to the western boundary without freight operation in the port endpoints of the Northern Sea Route. Next slide. This slide provides information about vessels that carried out transit voyages along the Northern Sea Route, Northern Sea Route this year indicate the flag state. In total, as of November 1st, 88 voyages were performed. 74 voyages were performed by vessel under foreign flag, 14 voyages under the flag of the Russian Federation. Next slide. This slide gives more detailed information about cargo transit along the Northern Sea Route of November 1st, 2021. Bulk cargo formed the majority of transit cargo this year. 1,342,000 tons of iron ore and iron ore condensate were delivered by 16 vessels from the ports of Murmansk and inland Canada to the ports of China. General cargo. Most of the transit general cargo was transported by ships of the China Shipping Company COSCO. 250,000 tons of general cargo were delivered to the ports of Western Europe, China, and Japan by 14 vessels, which is about 78% of all transported general transit cargo via the Northern Sea Route this year. As of November 1st, 2,026,000 tons of transit cargo were transported along the Northern Sea Route. Next slide. This slide presents the overall of the ice conditions in the water of the Northern Sea Route is autumn navigation period of 2021. The features of the autumn's processes were a significant decrease is positive air temperature anomalies, which characterizes 2021 as the coldest in the last 7 years. The ice information started earlier than in the last 7 years. Next slide. The preservation of the residual ice in the northern eastern part of Kara Sea, in the southwestern part of the East Siberia Sea, and in the Long Strait has become the most significant factor in the complication of the ice situation in the fall of the 2020. Next slide. This slide shows information about the location and number of vessels in ice captivity awaiting icebreaker season, as well as under the icebreaking escort as on November 19, 2021. The number of vessels awaiting icebreaker season is 16. The number of vessels under icebreaking escort, 7. All these vessels, according to the ice class, satisfy the requirements imposed by the rules for navigation in water areas North Sea Route for navigation in the formed ice conditions. This means the hulls of these vessels are able to withstand the impact of formed ice and not get damaged. However, according to the level of power of the propulsion system and icebreaking capability, these vessels are not able to move independently in formed ice class conditions. In formed ice conditions, they need the help of an icebreakers. Next slide. Conclusion. In 2021, the growth of ship coal continued and the temps of navigation along the entire land of the Northern Sea Route expanded. In order to ensure rhythmic cargo transportation along the Northern Sea Route, it is necessary to increase the requirements for the minimum power level of the propulsion system of ice-class vessels and the icebreaking capability, to put into operation and ensure the placement in the waters area of the North Sea Route of 2 new generation nuclear icebreakers in 2022. On December 6, all vessels awaiting icebreaking were taken out of the borders of the North Sea route by icebreakers without damage. Thank you for attention.
예.
Thank you, Mr. Monko, for sharing with us the evaluation of 2021 NSR operation, the statistics of the transit voyages, as well as the cargo transportation. In order to prevent what happened this year from being repeated going forward, Mr. Monko has also elaborated on.
I'd like to ask a question. While I ask a question, from the floor, if you have any questions, please let me know. Then I will deliver the question on your behalf. So I have a simple question. So the transit shipping on this transit route, when you look at the cargo volume, it's about 2 million tons. And of them, container is like 30,000 tons. So in order to have active Arctic route, I think the bulk cargo or general cargo are important. But I think it's really about the container transit volume, how we can increase that container volume. So we may need to do something about it to increase the cargo volume. So Mr. Monko, this is the question. To increase the transit of or passage of the container, what kind of strategic actions do we need to take? Do you have any ideas? Can you share that with us? Mr. Monko, can you answer the question? Mr. Monko, can you answer the question? How can you increase the container passage or transit volume? Mr. Monko, can you hear me? Hello? Mr. Nikolai Monko, the moderator asked the question. Can you hear me? Can you answer the question? Can you unmute yourself and can you answer the question? Mr. Nikolai Monko, can you hear me? The moderator asked the question. Mr. Nikolai Monko, can you hear me? The moderator asked the question. Hello? Mr. Nikolai Monko, can you hear me? Mr. Monko, can you hear me? Can you answer the question? I'm afraid there are some technical issues, so let's move on to the next session.
Next speaker is Mr. Mikhail Balkin, State Policy Director of Rosatom of Russia. He will give us presentation on Russia's development policy of NSR infrastructure. He is joining us virtually. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
예.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
예, 잘 들립니다.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Then would you please start your presentation?
I'm very glad to be here once again with you for this seminar. My presentation is going to be devoted to the infrastructure of the Northern Sea Route And I would be available for the questions right after the presentation or during the questions and answers session. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. So could I ask your organizers to start, please?
네, 슬라이드가 준비됐는데요. 발표
My name
진행해
is
주시기
Mikhail
바랍니다.
Belkin, and I represent the state corporation Rosatom, which performs the duties of a state infrastructure operator of the Northern Sea Route. Today we are having the 10th anniversary Arctic Shipping Seminar, and I am very glad that the seminar does not stop even in the current conditions the whole world is facing now. This proves that the topic of Arctic shipping and development of the Northern Sea Route in particular keep drawing serious attention of the professionals from different spheres. First of all, business, science, and regulation of maritime navigation. My speech today is about the Northern Sea Route infrastructure development policy, and I am going to explore the current and planned projects that the state corporation Rosatom is and will be implementing in this area. Here in this slide we can see the area of Rosatom responsibility, which is marked blue on the map. The borders of the Northern Sea Route are defined in the Merchant Shipping Code of the Russian Federation, and the route itself falls entirely within the limits of Russian Exclusive Economic Zone, which is 200 nautical miles into the sea from the coast and is limited by Novaya Zemlya in the west and sea border with the United States in the east. Such limits of the NSA were set by the law because this area is covered with ice for more than half a year continuously, and thus is regulated by the Article 234 of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. There are currently 6 maritime ports of the Northern Sea Route, among which Sabeta port is the newest and the most modern one. Rosatom builds and upkeeps the federal state infrastructure in the aforementioned ports and their terminals, which includes dredging works, construction of deep water canals, ice protection structures, berthing walls, and other port objects that according to the national legislation must be built by the state. The other port infrastructure, like for example warehouses, cranes, fuel depositories, etc., is constructed by the operators of the corresponding terminals. The Northern Sea Route can be divided into the western and the eastern part according to the ice conditions, where ice is stronger in the east and the navigation conditions there are much harder. The two parts are divided by the Vilkitsky Strait. When the government of Russia was finalizing the decision to create the infrastructural operator of the Northern Sea Route, it adopted the two keys approach, when functions and responsibilities were divided between Rosatom and the Ministry of Transport of Russia. According to this approach, Rosatom is responsible for the following: management of state Arctic icebreaking fleet, proposals for state policy implementation on the NSA, building seaports and objects of infrastructure, management of state property, organization of navigation, provision of safety of navigation. Ministry of Transport in turn is responsible for regulation of navigation via the Northern Sea Route, international obligations of Russian Federation, federal state supervision in the sphere of transport, state port control of vessels, legislative regulation, control of navigation safety, harbour masters management, list of port dues adoption. Furthermore, Ministry of Transport adopts after approval from Rosatom mandatory regulations in the seaport, rules of icebreaking assistance on the NSA, rules of ice piloting of vessels, etc. A list of port dues charged in each NSA seaport, decision to establish a seaport on the NSA, etc. In 2019, Rosatom developed and presented to the government of Russia the plan of the Northern Sea Route infrastructure development till the year 2035. The government approved and adopted the plan in December 2019 by the government order. The plan has 3 distinct stages of the Northern Sea Route development. Stage 1 lasts from 2019 till 2024 and covers the activities aimed at the accelerated development of the western part of the Northern Sea Route. There we have atomic icebreakers construction, hydrographic fleet meant for measuring depth of the shipping routes, search and rescue fleet built by the Ministry of Transportation, and others. Stage 2 starts in 2025 and goes up to 2030, with the main task to provide the year-round navigation via all the Northern Sea route. I mentioned previously that the eastern part of the NSA has much harder ice conditions, and currently the commercial navigation in this part is paused for the winter and spring months. Our goal is to provide direct export of Russian Arctic products like liquefied natural gas, oil, metals, and so on to the Asian Pacific markets. And to do this, the eastern part of the NSA must be navigable year-round. Stage 3 takes another 5 years from 2031 to 2035 and is aimed at establishing a competitive international and national transport corridor based on the Northern Sea route. The international transit navigation through the NSA keeps growing, which proves that international shipping community is very much interested in its further integration into their logistics schemes. The results of the transit navigation will be covered later in my speech. The cargo traffic through the Northern Sea route keeps growing steadily during the last several years. The year 2020 ended with the total cargo volume of 32.97 million tons. This year we expect about 34 million tons of cargo. It is interesting that the highest cargo volume transported by the NSA in the Soviet Union times was 6.5 million tons in 1987. The target volume set by the President of Russia is 80 million tons by the year 2024. We expect that this volume will consist of the following components: 35.5 million tons of liquefied natural gas, 36.7 million tons of crude oil, 3.5 million tons of coal, 1.7 million tons of non-ferrous and precious metals, and 4 million tons of other cargo, including international transit. That actually results in a bit more than 80 million tons. The cargo volume in 2030 is expected to reach 110 million tons. This forecast of cargo traffic development is contained in the federal project Development of the Northern Sea Route. One of the highest priority tasks of Rosatom as the infrastructural operator is to produce hydrographic research on the Northern Sea Route in order to provide information on the depths and thus recommend routes for the heavy tonnage vessels with deep draft. The research is done annually by the Hydrographic Enterprise, the company which is based in St. Petersburg and operates specialized hydrographic fleet. The same company is responsible for the construction and maintaining of the port state infrastructure, which Rosatom builds within the NSA according to the legislation. The schedule for the hydrographic research is shown on the slide with the different colors marking corresponding time periods, and the research itself covers both western and eastern part of the Northern Sea route. Search and rescue operations as well as oil recovery preparedness on the Northern Sea route is done by the Ministry of Transport of Russia. Rosatom provides assistance in preparedness and actual operations according to the legislation. You may see the scheduled positioning of maritime rescue service vessels in the Russian Arctic waters by the year 2024, including the Northern Sea route. There are 24 rescue and firefighting vessels in total planned to be placed in service in the Arctic, including 5 rescue icebreakers of 18 and 7 megawatts power. This fleet, together with Rosatom float icebreakers, will provide rapid response to any emergency situation in the Arctic waters year-round. Taking into account the rapidly growing cargo flow via the Northern Sea route and the Arctic, the search and rescue and firefighting fleet will be enlarged even further after 2024. The key element to the safe and sustainable navigation in the ice-infested waters is the atomic icebreaking fleet, which is operated by Rosatom Flot, the Rosatom company based in Murmansk. Rosatom Flot presently operates 5 atomic icebreakers, including the first in a series of new generation universal icebreakers, Atomic Icebreaker Arctica. 3 out of 5 currently operated icebreakers will exhaust their lifetime by the years 2027 and 2028, and will have to be decommissioned. By that time, they will be replaced by the universal atomic icebreakers under construction, which are to be commissioned in 2021, 2022, 2024, and 2026. Those icebreakers are being constructed by Baltijski shipyard in St. Petersburg. Another type of new generation icebreakers under construction by Zvezda shipyard in Vladivostok is the Leader type icebreaker, which will be the biggest and the most powerful icebreaker ever constructed. This icebreaker, called Rossiya, will be commissioned in 2027. In total, Rosatom will be operating 7 atomic icebreakers by the year 2030. Rosatom also have plans to build and operate icebreakers powered by liquefied natural gas, and already signed the first preliminary agreement with the Norilsk Nickel and Zvezda shipyard to jointly develop and build one LNG icebreaker. All 3 new type icebreakers mentioned previously are shown on this slide. First of all, the Universal Atomic Icebreaker series, with the first one already in operation. This icebreaker has the propulsion power of 60 MW, making her the most powerful icebreaker in operation, until the Leader type arrives in 2027. This icebreaker is called Universal because she can change draft from 10.5 meters to 8.5 meters within several hours, thus making her suitable for operations both in heavy ice, where mass is required, and in the shallow waters, for example in the Yenisei River. Her icebreaking capability is up to 3 meters in solid ice, through which she can navigate at a constant speed of 2 knots. Her hull is 34 meters wide, which is about 5 meters wider than any atomic icebreaker previously constructed, and thus she can make wider canal in ice. The Leader type atomic icebreaker will be twice stronger than the Universal type icebreaker with 120 MW propulsion power. She will also have the widest among all icebreakers beam of 47.5 meters. The icebreaker will navigate with even speed of 1.5 to 2 knots at full draft and power through flat solid ice with maximum thickness of 4.1 meters. The Leader type icebreaker is specifically designed for operations in heavy ice conditions in the eastern part of the Northern Sea Route, as part of the strategy to open all of the NSR for year-round navigation. The icebreaker powered by the liquefied natural gas is yet to be fully designed, but the initial design with the main technical parameters was previously done by Aker Arctic for Rosatomflot. This icebreaker will potentially have 40 MW propulsion power with 31.4 meters beam. Her icebreaking capability will be 2.85 meters in solid ice. The LNG icebreakers will supplement the atomic icebreaking fleet and will perform duties closer to the ports, thus releasing the atomic icebreakers for heavy-duty operations in stronger ice. The majority of port infrastructure construction projects implemented by Rosatom are located in the western part of the Northern Sea Route, in the Kara Sea, the Obskaya Bay and the Yenisei River. Western part had the investment projects that contribute the most share to the cargo volume with the potential for further substantial increase. Projects in Obskaya Bay deal mainly with liquefied natural gas, crude oil and gas condensate. They are operated by Novatek and Gazprom Neft companies. Non-ferrous and precious metals are exported by Norilsk Nickel from Dudinka port in the Yenisei River. The other 2 projects close to Yenisei are under development. Severnaya Zvezda, which will export coal, and Bukhta Sever, which will be dealing with crude oil. Bukhta Sever is another major project in the Northern Sea Route with the plans to export by sea more than 36 million tons of oil by the year 2024. The slide also shows the expected construction period for each project, which is currently in the development stage. The eastern part of the Northern Sea Route has mainly the projects that are planned to be developed. 2 new terminals are to be constructed, one called Naiba, near port of Tiksi, and the other one called Naglyonin, near port of Pevek. The Naglyonin terminal will provide export for the copper concentrate produced by Baimsky Mining and Processing Plant, which is developed by Kazminerals. Rosatom will not only build port infrastructure for the terminal, but also provide electricity for the plant by placing at the terminal 4 floating nuclear power plant units, which are to be constructed in a few years. Though the eastern part of the Northern Sea Route has less investment projects compared to the western part, it plays the crucial role in the strategy of providing direct access of Russian Arctic products to the Asian Pacific markets. Thus, development of the eastern part of the Northern Sea Route receives all required attention from the state and Rosatom. The ultimate goal of Rosatom and all involved entities is to develop the Northern Sea Route into the modern maritime transport corridor of the Eurasian continent, which meets all the international standards in the field of merchant shipping. Northern Sea Route already has a substantial number of investment projects active and under development, but it has potential for further growth. Previously, it was mentioned that the federal project development of the Northern Sea Route contains the forecast of 110 million tons of cargo by 2030. We believe that this volume can reach at least 150 million tons by the same year and up to 250 million tons by the year 2035. At the very same time, we see the necessity to develop the Northern Sea Route in combination with the ports, infrastructure, cargo and service vessels of the other seas from the Barents Sea in the west to Vladivostok in the east. Thus, we shall be able to establish one unified route and provide high-quality service for vessels navigating from major Asian to major European or American ports and vice versa. The international transit via the Northern Sea Route grows steadily. In 2019, the transit cargo volume was close to 700,000 tons. In 2020, it was almost 1.3 million. In the beginning of November this year, the numbers already above 2 million tons, and by the end of the transit season, we expect more. The number of vessels performing transit voyages also increased from 37 in 2019 to 84 in 2021, and this is not the final number. Out of these 84 vessels, 74 have non-Russian flag. The dominant transit cargo is iron ore and concentrate, which is shipped primarily from Milne Inland, Canada, and Murmansk, Russia, to the Asian Pacific ports. Then follows general cargo, which is transported in both directions. Transit voyages are performed by vessels of different size, but the biggest type of vessel this year are bulkers of 121,500 tons deadweight, navigating the Northern Sea Route both laden and in ballast. Ice classes of transit vessels vary from Arc 7 to no ice class. For the last 3 years, the transit cargo traffic demonstrated 3 times increase, and this year it is above 2 million tons out of 34 million tons of total cargo volume expected. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I would also like to thank the organizers for once again doing a great job with the seminar. Please send your questions to the email typed in this slide below. Have a good day.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Balkin. So from 2025 to 2030, the ultimate goal is the year-round navigation. To that end, well, the Russian government as well as the Rosatom has made a significant investment in the infrastructure development. Thank you very much for your presentation. There is one question from the floor, so let me convey the question to you. In November, Soma 4, a research ship, well, supported by Arctic 7 LNG carrier. So as an operator of the Arctic 7 icebreakers, what is your take on that? I'm sorry, you are on mute.
Online now.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as I get the question goes about the Somov vessel, which was supported by one of the LNG tankers during the November operations. Am I correct?
예, 그렇습니다.
That is correct.
Yes. You know, in November, we had quite a difficult ice situation in the NSA, and there were a number of vessels, about 2 dozens, which required icebreaking support. Currently, this situation is resolved. Actually, it was resolved a couple of days ago, so there are no vessels on the NSA now which require, let's say, emergent icebreaking support. The situation was handled very professionally, and everybody was safe. As for the academician Somov, he could maintain herself on her own because she had a very strong, she has a quite a strong ice class, and at the very last part of her voyage on the NSA, she was assisted by the LNG carrier which was passing by. And we are very thankful to the crew of the carrier and the owners of the carrier. That was kind of a 1 hour operation or something like this. Nonetheless, it was quite timely done. So if this answers the question, if not, then please.
Yeah.
Thank you. One follow-up question. If foreign carriers Arc 7 vessel forms a convoy with Arc 4 vessel, will you allow that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, we can hear you.
When we operate in a caravan, we've got to understand that the icebreaker will be, let's say, calculating the speed and doing recommendations based on the lowest class vessel. So when you have vessels of several ice class within a caravan, the caravan will move at the speed of the, let's say, lowest ice class vessel, in order not to leave anyone behind. That's why usually we try not to form mixed caravans, because that will affect the speed. Nonetheless, in the situation like this, which we observed in November, of course, we've got to maintain the speed of the, let's say, of the lowest class vessel and of the slowest vessel. Once again, in order not to leave anyone behind, because the safety comes first. The safety is the priority of any caravan traveler.
Yeah.
But you've got, once again, just one addition. We've got to remember that the lower ice class of the vessel is, the smaller the window of transit navigation is, because Arc 7 can virtually navigate year-round, while Arc 4 can do the same, but only with the proper ice-breaking support. In heavy ice conditions, there will be limitation for Arc 4 navigation. That's why, if we are planning in advance, we've got to understand that Arc 7 will have wider window of opportunity to travel northern sea route, while Arc 4 will have smaller one.
예, 그 질문이
So I believe the question is fully answered. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, as well as the answers. And please give him another round of big applause. Thank you very much, and this concludes session 1. Thank you.
예, 세션을 진행해 주신
Gonna come back at 2:50 Korean time. We're gonna come back at 2:50 Korea time, and we have a video from Kongsberg, so we're gonna play it, and we're gonna resume at 2:50 Korea time.
잠시 후 두 번째
May I have your attention, please? We will soon to begin with the second session. And Mr. Hotel Park of BPA and the presenters who are here in person, I would like to ask you to come forward and take your seat on the stage. Thank you.
그림이 좋아. 그림이 좋아. 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
We have some housekeeping announcement. We will continue with session 2 at 2:50. The participants, as well as the speakers and panelists, please come inside and take your seat so that we can begin. Thank you.
자, 그러면 북극해 항로 인프라에서 중요한
Now, with the video of Kongsberg, which provides the imagery services, we will begin the second session. Thank you.
두 번째
We're gonna move on to the session 2 and session 3. The session 2 and 3 will not have any break in between. So for the session 2, Professor Park Ho-chul from KMOU will moderate the sessions. So hello, good afternoon. I will moderate the second part of the sessions. So we are now having the 10th International Arctic Shipping Seminar, and the session 2, the topic is the NSR transit infrastructure, ship communication, and weather. So last year, I also was the chair of the session, and I remember I was wearing masks back then as well. But still, we are having this virtual conference or seminar. So recently, we are trying to live with COVID-19 going back to normal, but still with this Omicron variant, we are still having a lot of numbers of the cases. I hope you will stay healthy and safe. So for the session 2, we have 3 presentations. It will take about 2 hours until the session 3. And from Zoom, we also have participants from Norway, Russia, and Finland, and also Japan. People are now joining us. And so we will have 3 presenters today. Due to time constraints, I may not be able to go to the details, but on your program book, you will see more details. So the session 2, the first presenter is Mr. Mikhail Grigoriev, director from GECON, Russia, who will talk about the Arctic Resource Project trends and transportation infrastructure on the NSR. And that will be followed by Bore Patterson, sales director from KSAT Norway, who will present on the integration of satellite data and weather information for Arctic operations. And the last one will be presented by senior engineer Han Min-gi, who is on my left, from Samsung Heavy Industries on winterization concept and the application of Arctic LNG carrier. So after the presentations, we may have some Q&A. So in the session 1, but we're gonna keep time and try to have a Q&A. So I think we are now playing the pre-recorded presentation, not the live. So we're gonna take the presentation from Mr. Mikhail Grigoriev. Are you ready? Then please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in the Arctic Shipping Seminar. It's a good playground, in my understanding, for getting new information, new ideas, and to keep your mind open for the new movements in the area of the Arctic shipping. It's pretty good to talk live, not to be recorded. Part of studies, which I'll describe later, are carried out in cooperation with the Institute of Economy and International Relations of the Russian Academy of Science. And so let me start my presentation. Slide 2, please. Of course, the main driver of the Arctic shipping is connected with the development of the projects for the mineral resources. And in any case, it's necessary, if we are talking about the expected cargo volumes, to keep in mind that all these projects are very complicated and they are dependent on a different factors, starting from the resource base till technology, some sanctions connected with technology, with infrastructure development, and other issues. And I think then when we are talking about the transit, we have the same problems connected with the expectation of the international transit. Mainly it's connected with the not decided cargo base yet. Now, if we are talking about the development of the Arctic shipping, we have to keep in mind all investment projects which are realized or planned to be realized in the Arctic area. If we talk about the Russian Arctic zone, it's 550 projects on the which are mentioned in the 77 documents of the strategic planning of the different levels. Really, we think that on the table we have just 100 projects which are very realistic. Next slide, please. When we are talking about the development of the mineral resources and needs for the marine transportation, we have to keep in mind some issue. You see, there are a lot of projects which are connected with the production of low-scale final products. For example, if we have a gold mine, the final result of the business activity is 9 tons of the metal, which are delivered by the airplane. And so we don't have any needs for the marine transportation for the export, but nevertheless we need shipment of numerous number of the machinery, equipment, and other stuff. And so when we're talking about the 45 projects which are developed on the Arctic zone of Russia, we have to keep in mind that they are very sensitive for the development of the marine transport infrastructure. Primarily cargo bays are created in the Western Siberia. It's Ob Bay and Yenisei River and Yenisei Gulf, and they are delivered eastbound and westbound. And we expect, and I'll show some later, that the eastbound direction will be growing significantly. Next slide, please. When we are talking about the Arctic shipping, we're primarily talking about the shipping by itself. But in my understanding, transport is a process. Our main goal is to deliver goods, to produce goods, to offload these goods for the vessels, to deliver to the final port of destination and put it on the ground. And so it's very important to understand the role of the Arctic seaports, their goals, their possibilities and expectation of their growth. One can see that in the Russian Arctic we have connection of the sea transport primarily with the railroad on the west and primarily with the roads, outer roads on the east is Chukotka and Yakutia, and we have a very close connection with inland water. It's West Siberia, it's Ob, Yenisei, and it's Yakutia, of course, with the main river Lena and a lot of Arctic rivers which are connected with the Arctic seas. In my understanding, it's necessary to keep in mind that if we are talking about the development of the transport infrastructure in terms of the port facilities, terminals, etc., we have primarily the construction of the specialized terminals which are oriented for the export of the produced crude oil, LNG, ores, etc. Nevertheless, if to pay attention of the very low chart of this slide, one can see that first task of a lot of these specialized terminals is production assurance. But nevertheless, a lot of these special terminals are constructed together with general cargo terminals, which are used for on the construction period and for delivery of goods during the project development. And in our understanding, if we are talking about not only business development in the Arctic zone, but we are talking about the social stability of the settlement, which are spread over the northern onshore. A lot of these terminals that is marked as this chart can be used for the supply for the local minorities which are living in this area. Next slide, please. When we are talking about the growing of the shipping in the Arctic, Russian Arctic connected primarily with the development of the natural resources, one can see that we have only two projects who are the main horses of this process. It's crude oil from Novy Port and LNG from the Yamal LNG project. Both are located on the bank of Ob Bay. We have some goods delivered, mineral goods delivered from Norilsk, but they are too small in scale, less than 1 million, and so the main driver for the development of the cargo flow are these two projects, as I mentioned above. What do we expect in the nearest future? What do we expect? That first of all, LNG and crude oil will be the main drivers for the cargo flow growing. We expect that during next 2 years, till the end of 2023, it will be so-called silent period without any new projects on the run. And in the very end of 23 and the middle of the 2024, we expect that it will be good rising of the volumes. They will be connected with the LNG production of the Arctic LNG 2 project, and it will be Vostok Oil in the western part of Timur Peninsula. And we expect, according to the approved production plans, that it will be not so rapid by growing of the coal, which will be delivered from the Severny Zvezda project, which is located on the eastern bank of the Gulf of Yenisei. In that chart, we demonstrate that expected volume for 2024 with the Vostok Oil project much lower that is announced by the company. We expect the total volume of the crude will exceed, together with Novoport, will exceed 20 million at all. It's connected with very simple reasons, because first of all, the pipeline which will connect terminal on the shore with the fields will be constructed according to the published data on May 2024. So we have one half of the year for the acting, and other issue is that really we have large or huge oil fields, but to put them on the run, it will takes a lot of time. But nevertheless, the next slide, please. Thank you. Nevertheless, if we are talking about the Vostok Oil expectation of the volumes, they are marked on the right side of the slide. It's necessary to make some comments. First of all, it's expected that for 2024, it was announced by company, it will be 30 million crude oil to be exported, and it was expected that it will be 10 tankers. That really pretty fitted the real situation, because the capacity of one tanker with deadweight 120, it's 3 million tons per hour, but for the west shoulder, for the transshipment in Murmansk area. If we are talking about the growing volumes of this cargo, we expect that for 2030, with expected volume 100 million tons, it will be necessary to use 33 tankers. And plus for all, we need to find place for the FSRU, for the transshipment of the crude oil in Murmansk, first of all. Unfortunately, we don't have some empty room on the Kola Bay aquatorium, so it's necessary to look for a new location. If we will expect that some portion of this crude oil will be delivered eastward, in that case, the number of necessary tankers must be at least twice, because the time of the round trip or eastward is twice more longer than westward. Next slide, please. So for 2030, we expect that it will be a good scheme of the logistic transportation roads, which will deliver numerous mineral resources, primarily of the international market. Talking about the Northern Sea route, it's interesting to pay attention to two issues at all. First of all, we expect that really on the end of 23 and 2024, we have transshipment point of Kamchatka Peninsula, and close to 22 million of LNG will be headed on that direction. It was announced by Rosneft and ION, the owner of the coal project, they will plan to deliver and crude oil and coal eastward, but unfortunately they don't publish the real number of the cargo, expected navigation, etc. So it looks like a general idea now. Very interesting thing connected with the new transit projects which are on the table. First of all, it's Northern Maritime Transit Corridor by Rosatomcargo. It's just a project. It's not the whole Northern Marine Transport Corridor, which include all Arctic seas, but it's just a separate project. It's expected that will be 4 container ship, and I will describe it some later. It will be all year round. It's expected to be all year round, and we expect that the proposal of the 5 regional administration to make a bridge between Russian Far East and the Russian Baltic will be on the run, and these 2 projects are the main sources for the transit growth along the Northern Sea route. Next slide, please. As it was shown in the presentation by Mr. Manko, we have very few number of containers on the water. We have 4 voyages totally with 30,000 tons, and only 1 voyage from the west to the east. It was the same vessel which delivered goods from the east to the west. And I'm not too optimistic about the endless growing of the transit along the Northern Sea route, because one can see it's very obvious from this chart that the positive dynamic of transit is practically connected with one source. It's rising of price for the iron on the European and Asia Pacific markets, and because on Asia Pacific we have some bonus to the price, so it's became very attractive for the producers to deliver the ores on the east, and it's pretty dependable on the prices. And if the price for the iron will be shut down, in that case we don't have any important source for the cargo flows development. Next issue, please. Thank you very much. Development of transit traffic along the Northern Sea route is connected to in planning with a year-round line which will connect Vladivostok on the east and Murmansk on the west. One can see description of the optimal hubs. In our understanding that if we are talking about Murmansk, it was announced by Rosatom to put a transshipment point for Belokamenka, but unfortunately that point doesn't connect with the railroad system of Russia, so it's very limited in the possibility of the transshipment of the goods on the domestic market and from the domestic market. So we expect that finally will be a decision to move this shipping point for the constructed Glavny terminal, which will be finished on 2024. As I have told, that expected that will be 4 cargo vessels, containers with capacity of 300 TEUs, and it will be 1 loop. It's very important to understand on the right side of the chart that of course we have huge containers with a capacity of 600, but nevertheless the feeder services will be produced by the less deadweight vessels. We expect that will be between 100,500 TEUs till 3,500 TEUs. Of course, this new line don't will replace the existing transit flow, and it will be year-round additional numbers. If to say about the expected capacity, one can see three estimation from three different sources, and it's expected that it will be no more than 800,000 tails during the first stage of the activity, at least till 2030. Next slide, please. If you are talking about the risk of container transport of the Northern Sea route, we have to keep in mind a lot of different risks from the different sources. And it was a question for Mr. Manko about the strategy. You see, in our understanding, if you are talking about the strategy, first of all, to have to keep in mind how to solve all these problems which are on the table just before your eyes, because it's very important for the development of the stable year-round shipment of the transit goods. I don't will make a comment during the shortage of time. This presentation will be available, and so I would like to make a comment about the expected ice-breaking services. Next slide, please. On the right, it's published a couple of weeks ago, deployment plan of Atomflot. It's expected that it will be 3 icebreakers from the Vilkitsky Strait to the Bering Strait, and it will be a fleet of the nuclear icebreakers and LNG-powered icebreakers, which will operate on the Kara Sea, on the whole area of Kara Sea. If you look on the left, it's numbers which reflect the expectation of the companies for the icebreaking support. One can see that 3 icebreakers on the east, it's pretty fitted expectation of Novatek. In that case, it's very easy to make the conclusion that 3 icebreakers on the east are primarily oriented for the Novatek LNG transport. But if we look for Rosatomcar expectation, it was announced by the company that they need 2 nuclear icebreakers in winter and spring on the permanent basis. And as I have told before, we don't have any particular numbers from Rosneft for their Vostok Oil project and ION for their coal project. So the needs for the icebreaking support will be growing. But unfortunately, in my understanding, we don't see the expected provision of this 3 projects in the Atomflot fleet development. Next slide, please. First of all, I want to make a comment that really development of the cargo flow connected with the mineral resources as the main drivers for the Arctic shipping, it's very, very sensitive process which is dependable on the different factors which influence them. Cargo bay is in principle question for the transit too. And unfortunately, we don't see now any solution how to get or how to obtain necessary volumes of container cargo on the west, then to keep balance between the moving westbound and eastbound. As I have told, that really development of the Arctic port infrastructure is connected primarily with the construction of the specialized terminals, which are focused on the shipment of minerals. But nevertheless, they are combined by the piers for the general cargo, and it's possible to use them much more broad, not only for the needs of the projects, but for the supply of the adjacent territories. And talking about the transit, yes, of course, we have two principal tasks to be decided. First of all, it's asymmetry of cargo flow, and as I have tried to show you, that uncertainty of the stability of braking assistant of shipping. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure for me to introduce my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Acting head of the Mikhail Grigoriev, you talked about the advantages and issues of the Arctic shipping routes, and also about the RNG and the crude oil, and this port infrastructure and development and current trends. Thank you for sharing that. And also the Mikhail Grigoriev talked about also the risks, and he said that please refer to these risks on the program book. But when we think about the responses and solutions, the risks are really important. So please take a look at the program. So first, there are some risks which include the ice breaking support and the fees and the availability of the support. That's also important part. And also to pass, it's not for free. You need to pay some fees, and it costs money. And for the passage, there are the other issues. And also, under current situations, the one important thing is about the biodiversity. That could be also a threat to the biodiversity. Well, for Leti, the three large ship liners, Maersk, and the other ship liners, they, even though the passage is possible in the Arctic route, they don't have an intention to send their ships there. The other thing is about this asymmetry of the container ships. So the cargo needs to go back and forth, like the eastbound and westbound, and this whole volume is asymmetric, and that's one obstacle to increasing the volume in the Arctic shipping route. And into 2024, he also mentioned about the government is now about to announce, and that is about, although he didn't share details, but it is about in the Europe, they have this port of Murmansk, and in the Far East, they have the port of Vladivostok. So the Murmansk and the Vladivostok, they can, or they want to promote that into an international hub of the transshipment in the Arctic route. That's their plan. So from the presentation, well, I'm not sure whether he's listening to my comments, but if time allows, let me make some comments. So it's the port of Vladivostok. It will be a hub of the Far East, because in Asia and in this region, it has a large cargo volume of the shipment. So it's like one of the major leagues. So the Murmansk and Vladivostok, bridging the Europe and Asia, do you really think it can play a role as a hub of the transshipment? So I'm a bit skeptical on this. So so the presentation was about the infrastructure and the feasibility, about the resource development and the mineral resource development. So that was about the presentation. And also for today's end, well, we need to also have the right estimate about this transit volume. In this seminar, I've been attending for many years, but about this Arctic route, year-round travel or the transit, well, when it will be really available, the other presenter mentioned that it will be available by from 2030. The other presentation, it says it will not be available before 2050. So when are we going to have this commercial and fully functioning year-round transit, maybe it will be available for at least 10 months a year without any ice-breaking support. That's one thing that we can justify the whole trenches. So when I go back, I will read again all these presentation materials, and Mr. Gregoriev provided great information. It really helped understanding the trends in the Arctic shipping route. And we will move to the next presentation.
Next presenter is from Norwegian company Kongsberg. The company completed a pilot operation of a vessel in the Arctic Sea. Although he is working for a different business division, Mr. Bore Patterson is working for the satellite services and the satellite data and the weather services, and he will be focused on the integration of these services covering these areas. And, let us invite Mr. Bore Patterson, please.
지금 이게
Can you hear us, Mr. Patterson?
I hope my voice is coming through as well. 안녕하세요, and thank you for inviting me to speak on this conference. My name is Børre Pedersen. I'm working for a Norwegian company called Kongsberg Satellite Services. So I will present what we do here from KSAT using different kind of satellites to support Arctic operations, to help operators in the Arctic to do more cost-efficient and safer operations up in where the ice is located in the up here where we live. So my company, we are a little more than 250 employees. We are located inside of the Arctic Circle in the city of Tromsø in Norway. So the company is 50 years old, and we are co-owned by the Kongsberg Group and the Space Norway, which belongs to the Norwegian Ministry of Fisheries. We are supporting all kinds of satellites from antennas around the world, and this is a critical thing to be able to deliver information to ship owners globally, but in specific in the Arctic. We do maritime surveillance and security. We also do environmental monitoring, forest monitoring, and we provide satellite imagery, which is part of my presentation here today. So this is a picture from this Svalbard ground station up at in 78 degrees north. This is the biggest ground station on Earth for commercial satellite operations, where we receive data from more than 200 different satellites. And with this station, we can downlink satellite data, we can process, and for this purpose of the Arctic seminar, we can deliver information to you in 15 minutes. I will tell a little bit about the projects later on. So this is an example you see on the screen where Svalbard is located in the middle of that circle, and our Russian neighbors, as you can see, is on the east side of that. In order to operate wide information about ice, we use mostly the Svalbard station and also the station in Tromsø. but for some special purposes, we can use the Antarctic station, and we do that to provide a lot of information, but also the ice management support, as we call it. We detect the ice edge, iceberg, and we can also help ships and vessels to navigate through ice using partners of KSAT, who is classifying ice, providing precision meteorological services and met ocean data in order to help shipping companies sail through a more efficient and safer route. As I will give you some examples of that. So our service for ice management and ice navigation, that is by using what we call radar satellites. The radar satellites will penetrate to clouds and operate day and night. As you know, in the Arctic, it's in this time of the year, it's dark all. But radar satellites will help you, or we can provide information to detect the ice age, the flows, and this is a very excellent tool for optimizing the route for the captains and to ensure safer navigations. We cannot do anything about the ice itself, unfortunately, but we can, with our radar satellite, we can give the captains of the ship and the operators of the vessels information in, say, 30 minutes after we take the image. We can give information to either directly to the ship or to a operating center, which can be located anywhere on the planet. We deliver the information on using internet, or if needed, we can set up a communication link directly to the ship. So what kind of satellites can we provide information from? Here at KSAT, we operate all the commercial radar satellites on the market, and we have processing capacity from these. And when we are talking Arctic operations, the benefit of using the Svalbard station is quite it gives us a very fantastic opportunity, because from the time we take the image over an area until we can deliver information, that will take around 30 minutes. Meaning, as a captain of the ship or the operator, you will have updated information from us on the areas around the ship. Our center in Tromsø, we operate 24 hours a day, every day. So 24/7 operations. We plan together with the operators of the ship or operating centers on shore, and then we can together plan with using different kind of satellites to give you the information about what can you see around the boat, how is the ice. And I will describe some projects that we have already done, and to illustrate the capacity that can be used from the KSAT and our partners. So this is an example of a fiber cable that was put in Alaska, the Quintillion project, where KSAT and Viking Ice Consultancy together provided the operators of the fiber ship the updated information about the ice conditions around the fiber vessels. So because the fiber vessel didn't have the highest ice class, they were needed updated information from us to help navigate and also to ensure safe operation. I know there is a plan to install a trans-Arctic fiber cable from Japan to Finland, and this is also with the Russian company Megafon. This is something we can also provide information to help making a safe operation of this fiber cable. I know they plan to do it in the summer, but still there will be probably some examples where icebergs can drift into that, and with that we can help to provide information on it. So we have provided services to some projects, and this is an example of the ice management support in the Kara Sea, where there was an exploration well. ExxonMobil was the operator, and KSAT. We worked together with the Viking supply to give information about the ice conditions around this exploration drilling. This is to ensure safe operations and also to give to the operator of the well or of the drilling updated information. As you can see here on the picture, we sent them an image telling that there was an iceberg which is 11 kilometers wide in the area. This project was also in cooperation with the Russian Institute ARI. So we are cooperating internationally because we provide satellite information. Then Viking Supply will tell more details about what kind of ice do we see. And in this example, we also cooperated with ARI to give as good information as possible. And especially operating in the Arctic with the iceberg, this is critical for safe operation. In this example here, it's from the southern tip of Greenland, where we monitor the area for ice, combining with in situ measurements or in situ pictures from helicopter. And this is again for safer operations of the harbors. As you can see on this picture, we are using Terrasat. It's one of the satellites we have. It's the resolution is meaning that how details can we see. So we see ice or objects which is 18 meter, and so this is a combination of how wide can you see. With this resolution, you see 150 kilometers, but also with a quite good resolution, so you can provide fairly detailed information as seen from satellites. And again, with the radar satellites, we have access to 15 different radar satellites, and they see day and night. They will also see through the clouds, and we deliver the information. For Greenland, it's in 1 hour. So this is the experience that we have seen, and after talking to operators in the Arctic. This is the benefits of using near real-time information. We also use Met-Ocean data to have updated information on the ice. We also understand that communication to operators or to the ship is critical. And we have case was a part of a study or a project in Europe called Muldi Arcos. So Muldi Arcos was about to establish a ready for operation service. The user on board a vessel can get access to satellite data and other relevant information to operate safer. The project was with KSAT, with StormGeo. As you, I'm not sure if you know StormGeo. StormGeo is one of the biggest companies in the world for precision meteorological information. Viking is a company working to detect and classify ice. So here you have StormGeo. They are operating as well as we, 24/7. They have 7 Google operation centers, and so together with KSAT, StormGeo, and KSAT, we can provide a lot of updated new real-time information to people and companies operating in the Arctic. So here you can see it's the complexity that can be when it comes to getting different kinds of information. You have meteorological information from private and public offices. Then you have the public ice service. You have the private ice service, as from Viking. You have satellite information from KSAT. So there's a lot of information to be provided to the end user. But what we have discovered is that there's a simpler way of doing that, and that was the Mulli-Arcos project, about how can we give more information in a better way directly to the ship or to a ship operating. We can see we're using radar. We can also use normal, what we call optical satellites, which is what we on Google Earth. We use weather forecast with StormGeo because they have very good information about the updated local forecast. Here is a information about how the setup was on the Mulli-Arcos. KSAT was working closely with StormGeo, and StormGeo had the Met Ocean forecast, the weather forecast, and in the middle of this picture you can see that figure where you see the Kara Sea, the Murmansk, and this is where KSAT was planning to take satellite imagery, because this was the area where we were operating. So this is part of KSAT's business. We work together with the operator and with all the people involved in a project or shipping. We take care of the satellite image. We process and provide information to the end user, either on a boat or in an office. And then, so this is a simplified version about how can we make it easier for the shippers, for the captains on the boat. The end user will get more information. So this is from StormGeo, where they will provide about the Met Ocean data, about the ice flows, about everything that they have as an expert. We give them more updated satellite information, especially for the ice. Then we can see the ice flows, the ice edge, icebergs, and they can put it into a model presented directly into the ship with this system they call Vortex. So this is just to show an example of a little more detailed where we have the in between Finland and Sweden. As you can see here, it's this is two different satellite pictures with some days apart just to show the frequency of the update. You can see the weather data delivered, the satellite imagery that was planned, and to the right you can see the satellite image to show ice flows and to help the drift analytical part. And then with that we are using, if you can remember from some slides ago, we have several different satellites, so we can take multiple images and provide information in real time for safer navigation. So yeah, with this, so this is from the Pecora operations, as you up in the northwestern part of Russia. So we have been helping out also with Russian friends to provide better navigation. And I think this was the last slide and concluded my presentation. So, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patterson, for your insightful presentation. For the safe operation in the Arctic, that we need to clearly understand the ice condition as well as the weather. KSAT is partly owned by the Norwegian government, and half of its stake is shared by the Kongsberg Group. That means this is a truly private-public partnership. As I listen to your presentation, I could see that KSAT offers such a reliable set of services. Thank you very much for your detailed explanation on the roles played by KSAT. In the wintertime, if we are to climb a mountain, we would check the weather forecast. That means information is that critical. But in the harsh environment, if you want to pass the Northern Sea route, you would spend 20 days. That is why the weather forecast as well as the weather condition and the ice condition related information is critical. For traditional and conventional navigation, satellite information is actively used. E-navigation has been actively embraced. And as for the Arctic shipping and navigation, advanced technology is of great use, a great need. So the services offered by KSAT will be of great help for safe navigation. So as for the presentation, it addressed the various technical areas. But what we need to remember is that the Northern Sea in this adverse environment, the information is of critical importance linked to the satellite services. Once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Patterson for his inspiring presentation.
Now we will move on to the last presentation of this session to Senior Engineer Han Min-gi from Samsung Heavy Industries. From the engineering sales, he will present. And as I am preparing to chair the session, I did some research on these ice class vessels or the LNG carriers, and your company is kind of a pioneer here. So I think it will be really informative presentation. So it will be about the winterization technology, and the concept will be covered. And not just that, but if you need, you can take some time. So please share a lot of information that will be helpful for us. So, Mr. Han, please. Hello, good afternoon. I am from Samsung Heavy Industries. I'm sales engineer or senior engineer from the Samsung Heavy Industries. They call me pro, or it's like the senior manager level. So before I go into the presentation, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present at the seminar. For the vessels that trouble the Arctic shipping routes, the winterization is a really essential technology for these vessels. So this is the contents of my presentation. So I'll talk about the Samsung Heavy Industries Arctic project development and the winterization, the general concepts, and the Arctic LNG project, specific elements of our own technology. So at the Samsung Heavy Industries, this is our ice and Arctic ship development history. Since 1995, we have been working on this ice and Arctic project, and we started the R&D. And we have like 63 vessels. Ice or Arctic projects, we have been delivered and built the ships. And the ice-breaking cargo ships, we have like 10 ice-breaking vessels delivered. And as of now, 28 vessels are under construction, including the 15 ice-breaking LNG carriers on our order book. And these 15 will be deployed into the Arctic routes. So maybe many of you might be familiar with this concept. So the winterization is about to protect your machinery and humans and equipment at a very low temperature. And how we do that, there are many options. Anti-icing, de-icing are the preferred methods, and we need also have insulation and the heating, or in some cases we need to replace the materials as a whole. And that's how we achieve this goal of the winterization. What's clear is that to go to the Arctic shipping routes, the winterization is a must, not an option. So recently, there are some trends in terms of rules for winterization, and the operation requirements are changing. So let me briefly touch upon this. One big change is that in terms of the rules, the goal-based requirements are now on the rise. In the past, to get to the Arctic shipping routes, for example, the Polar Code years ago went into effect, and that's been applied and complied. And in the Polar Code, most of the requirements are goal-based. So, for example, in the past, the winterization was new, and the trend about the rules was that you specify some heating capacity, or how to apply the winterization technology has been specified in the rules. So for now, these are goal-based requirements, and it's changing. So the rule trends of today, you set the goals, and you have to choose some specification with some flexibility. So it means that in the Arctic region, to build a ship for the Arctic shipping routes, with the ship owners and shipbuilders need to work together to decide upon the right specification. And also the other thing is that the operator requirements, the active measures, for example, the heat tracing, or you add some heat source for protection, but now it's changing to be passive measures. That's another trend that we are seeing. So in the Arctic region, you need to have experiences along with the shipbuilding experiences and with the know-how. you can see what is deficient specification, and that is driving these changes. Next slide is about the winterization and how you can really add or specify the winterization features. What's really important than anything else is you need to decide which area you will have your vessels on and what are the features. So is it really about the ice class or ice breaking vessels? So these are the important features that need to be defined in the first place. So you need to also define the temperature conditions, and then by different vessel class, you have different symbols. It could be DAT, PST, or BST. So these symbols are used, and the temperature correlations are there for different types, and these are defined by the rules. So at first, the ship owners and the shipbuilders need to have a clear definition so that they will not have any argument during the build stage. And other than that, there are the other essential rules. And so you need to also look into that as well. For example, in certain field, there are the requirements. And what we are looking into is the NSR route, this Northern Sea route, and there are the specific requirements, field requirements, and that should be also the basis. So when you go through these whole stages, then you can have the concept of winterization, and based on that, you can set the requirements. So that is the basic flow. At the Samsung Heavy Industries, we have built some experiences, and let me tell you about the general concept of winterization. So when it comes to winterization, you have these whole equipment that you need to protect because they are exposed to have de-icing or the anti-icing is the measures on a heated deck or heated canvas cover or what you have under that. So to ensure the safety of the navigation or the crew, you protect them with the anti-icing. And for the other areas with the heat source or the crew will go in there for de-icing. So for the essential areas, the temperature conditions will be maintained at a certain level or above with the room heating. So these essential areas would mean the equipment area where you need to have a for propulsion or the fire agent area, or for some emergency navigation, you may have the equipment on this area as well. So for the escape route or some essential route that you need to have for the emergency operation, you have to protect them as well. So heat tracing or the other protection measures are in place so that the crew can have no problem without any icing, so that you can have a good escape route. Next is about the accommodation space. You have a very low temperature and you need to protect your communication equipment and devices and the crew. So the bridging space is enclosed. That's the most preferred method. Usually the bridge is like open option, but the vessels going to the Arctic route, you have different the HVAC system. So to have the visibility is also important. So the heated window is installed, or the window wiper is also added. And with the icing on the accommodation space, you need to have the fresh air intake. So you may have the air intake with the heat tracing. Or for crew members, they can also add the heat tracing on the doors. And the pipes that are exposed outside need protection. So you may put them into the enclosed space. That is the ideal way. It's not just about the freezing protection, but also during the navigation, you may have drop object that may damage your piping system. However, it's not really practically easy to have them all installed into enclosed space. That's going to take a lot of money. So you may add the other materials, or you may add the heat tracing to protect the piping system. And on the external side, the ballast tank is very vulnerable to the freezing. So on the icing area, this piping system, you need to have, or you may have the air bubbling or heating coil for the ballast tank for warm up. That's what people use a lot. So on the head of the vessel, you also need to have this heating system. So on the IC vessel, the disc type air vent, rather than the air vent head, you may need ball flood type air vent head. So this system can be also the HR system with the pipe and valves, may be also protected with different applications. Next is about the engine room. Under the low temperature, unlike the other vessels, you also have this combustion air getting diverse intake from these areas. So the air intake for the engine room is separated for the engine room. And for the air intake, you may have heating feature, but also the intake could have the stock and icing, so you may add some air heating. So when the heated air comes in, they are not discharged right away, and some are recirculated and recovered. Next, the other features of the engine room is about the IC chest. You may add ice box, and as you can see in the picture, high and low sea chest ice boxes are installed, just in case you may have some icy pieces coming in, so steam blowing or seawater system can be used for recirculation to prevent these ice pieces coming in. And for the electrical system, it is to protect this communication or the lighting equipment. And the basis is to have the right design. So for example, antenna can be dome-shaped to provide the heat sources inside so that they will have effective operation, and the cable and the other equipment are designed to function well at the right temperature. And the expand ice radar or ice searchlight are also used for this ice map. You can use them with the mapping. And from now on, I will talk about our Arctic LNG project, RNG2 project, what winterization features we have for the project. So first, for the Arctic LNG2 operation, from the Murmansk and Kamchatka in the northern sea route, we send out this LNG. And from the NSR route, we send out the cargo. And we need to have this. We have this two-way ice breaking. It's like 1.2 meter thickness and 2.1 meter thickness, and it could be like minus 52 degrees Celsius of the extreme weather temperature. And on the ship, let me tell you about the key features. As I mentioned, you can have this ice breaking on the hull and the deck as well. So the propulsion systems are applied to the engine room, and it's like a 15 megawatt 3 sets, and the total is like a 45 megawatt for the propulsion system. It's not just about the hull or the deck, and you have the ice strengthened hull. So on the stern and the hull, you have the semi-enclosed for the mooring deck. So the stern plus the ice breaking operation, you can have the clear visibility by having the stern breach. Samsung Heavy Industries are now responsible for the block fabrication, designing, and supplying materials. And the first vessel will be delivered by the first quarter of 2023 from Zavida shipyard. And next, let me tell you about the features for different sections of the vessel. First, one is the cranes. They can stand at minus 52 degrees with the heated operator's cabin. And there is also the internal heating system inside the cabin. So all the heating systems are running on a dual system. And you can check the temperature on the temperature monitoring system on the crane. And we have this lifeboat system. And for the project, we comply with the polar code. And to that end, the MSC Circular 1613, that is for the polar water life-saving appliance system guidance. So we comply with that. Next one is the Life Raft. This lifeboat system is a built-in heating type. Life Raft is applied for the container Life Raft. They have this own sourcing internally, so these they have the heating inside the HR box, and they have also the thermal box as well, thermal control box. So you can prevent the ice from being stuck inside the container. And the weather deck, escape way, they can have the anti-icing with the open grading system. And also the snow are not accumulated on the deck. And the handrail, for example, we also have the anti-icing, and some have the heated air handrail, and also the whole space where they escape or they can access to the cabin. There as well, you have the anti-icing features. And the heating system for her space is also in place. That's similar to what I described. When cold air comes in, the duct heater is there. And also you can see the space heater. So you can heat up the air that comes up and keep a certain temperature or higher. So this is the accommodation room to have this ice breaking at both ways. We have a stern bridge, and the stern bridge is like connected to the forward bridge. So you can navigate, and when you move the stern bridge, the crew can shift to the navigation, and all the bridge windows have heating features, and there's a window wiper as well. And the washing system, they have the air blowing system as well for the window washing system. And after window washing, you can blow the air or the water to reduce the risk of icing. And also on the accommodation system as well, you have this intake, segregated air intake, and there's also heat tracing for air intake louver. And for the her piping system, except for the cargo lines, most of the services are on the enclosed area, especially for the passageway is used for this. And for the service lines, what's exposed outside, we have the heat tracing, cargo trunk deck or cargo liquid dome, and the safety valves and the bent mast are also equipped with the heat tracing for protection. And the vessel has the de-icing system with the two different medium. We have general de-icing with this heating system. And other than that, we also have cargo manifold or the water tank system with the hot water. The engine room area, as I mentioned before, this is the general Arctic vessel ventilation concept. The same thing I mentioned for the main generative engine. They have the direct intake duct for the air take, and with the heat tracing and heat and also the air recirculation system. You also keep the temperature of the engine room. And the last one is for the navigation and communication system. And with this heating device, antenna and the radar, with the heating device, and for the ProMast, you have also the expand radar. For the forward bridge and the stern bridge on the top, you have the Genon searchlight, like 4 of them, and the echo sounder is also in place. The polar code is applied, and on the polar code, in case of emergency, to have the communication line with the helicopter, you need to have the aeronautic VHF. So even though we don't have the space for the landing of the helicopters, but for the aeronautical VHF is here, and the lifeboat and the required like EPIRF and I say RTR in place. So this is the last slide of my presentation. Samsung Heavy Industries, for 25 years, we have been developing the Arctic project, and we also delivered many vessels. And as I mentioned before, the road trend is changing constantly, so we need to work with the operator and the builder to have efficient winterization performance. So Samsung Heavy Industries will continue to leverage our experiences to offer better ice-breaking performance and more efficient winterization performance. And we will continue to work with our operators and ship owners to be the best partner in the Arctic shipping routes. Thank you for listening to my presentation. That's it for my presentation. Please give him a big round of applause. So, about the Arctic shipping routes and the vessels to stand this extreme winter, he shared a lot of information on what's needed. And one thing that came to my mind was the whole slides about, have you ever presented this one at Comarine or the Neighbor Architecture conferences? No, this is the first time, because about this Arctic shipping routes and the Arctic shipping seminar, it's really important and informative presentation because it's needed for every vessel in terms of winterization, and he presented on the details of features. So something could be very confidential information for your company because it really talked about some like technologies, internal confidential information. So if you have all this winterization, how much would be the performance of the vessel compared to the regular LNG carrier? Do you have information on that? It's not something I can share with you today, but the Arctic project that we are running, in some sense, it's like the very best winterization and the ice-breaking carrier that you can think about on this whole planet. So that's right. You covered essential elements of the winterization. For example, on the outer or the hull and the equipment protection and this whole accommodation space, piping system and engine room, ventilation, and the lighting and the lifeboat, communication, and all the things that's needed. The hardware side of the vessel has been explained for the winterization. It's really important and the informative. So please once again give a good big hand to Mr. Hon for the great presentation.
자, 이제 이게 세션 3가
Now we are to move to session 3. And session 3 is about international joint research. And there is a joint research project conducted by Professor Sang-won Hong in Korea and the Russian Institute. I'd like to invite Mr. Alexander Buyanov, Deputy Director, General Director of CNIMF. And I'm sorry, well, the presentation will be delivered by Mr. Alex Topaz, and then the presentation will be followed by Professor Hong's presentation. So the first presentation in session 3 will be delivered by Mr. Alex Topaz. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Okay, can you listen me properly?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, and you can see my screen, my shared screen, yes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so, dear colleagues, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to take part in this prominent seminar. So I would like to present you the experience of our two companies, CNIMF and Bureau Hyperborea, in the field of digitalization and decision support of Arctic navigation. Recently, a lot of attention in Russia and abroad has been paid to development of various information services and applications for the centralized management of ship navigation in ice. The first example of such project is the Maritime Operation Headquarters from Atomflot. This situational center is located in Murmansk and was put into operation in 2020. Another prospective project is the joint platform of digital services for the Northern Sea route, which is now under development in Rosatom. This system will integrate many digital services and play a role of a think tank for tactical and operational management of Arctic fleet and coastal Arctic infrastructure. The main component of such information systems are the monitoring, management, analytics, and the last but not least, the decision support. The diagram below shows the main domains of decision support subsystem. We can see that it covers many subject fields, but in my presentation, I will focus in more detail on only one of them. It's the service for automatic ice routing. Ice routing has many specific features that distinguish it from open water routing. Some of them are of the quantitative nature, for example, high availability of ice conditions in space and time, as well as the big number of ice parameters that need to be considered. But the main difference is that in ice routing, there are much more influencing factors, as well as possible optimization variables that must be taken into account. They are the ability of ships to operate bow or stern forward, icebreaker escort and caravan movement, operation of ships in freezing ice channels and in different zones of restricted navigation and shallow waters. Below in my presentation, I will pay attention to those aspects that are marked with a circle. These slides gives a very brief introduction to the mathematical methods and algorithms for ship routing in ice we use in our software. There are two basic approaches that allows finding the optimal path of a ship or a caravan in heterogeneous and non-stationary media. The first group of methods is so-called cell-based methods, such as Dijkstra or ASTAR. They search the optimal path using a predefined discrete graph or a grid. The second group is the cell-free algorithms or wave-based methods, such as isochrons or isocosts. They build a path in a continuous space. To extend the traditional formulation of routing problem, we developed the specific modifications for both mentioned approaches. The main feature of our approach is that during ice routing, we find not only the optimal trajectory of a ship, but also the optimal regime of its operation. Such regime includes the ship speed or the shaft power in each track point, the segments of bow or stern forward movement, and the preferred areas of icebreaker assistance. Also, we implemented a hybrid approach that combines the strengths of grid and wave methods. I will demonstrate the results of this method further. The criterion in our optimization problem is some conditional cost of a voyage. This cost includes the voyage time, fuel discharge, freight rate of a vessel and icebreaker, penalties for being out of schedule, and any other features of ice navigation. The criterion can be customized for a specific task. To demonstrate the mentioned aspects of ice routing, we have chosen one particular case. This is the experimental voyage of Christophe de Margerie LNG carrier along the Northern Sea route in January and February of this year. Vladislav Zhibul has said about this voyage tonight. Animation in these slides shows the details of the voyage. The passage to the east from Sabetta started and ended in January. The ship operated independently. In East Siberian Sea, it used the ice channel from another NLG carrier, Nikolai Zub. The path backwards took place in February and was accompanied by an icebreaker 50 Let Победы from the Bering Strait to the Gulf of Hope. To study the voyage, we use the following data sources. The first is the ship on board reports that contain a lot of valuable information such as observed ice conditions, shaft power of a ship, operation regime, and so on. This data is very accurate due to experimental nature of the voyage. The onboard records are indicated as a small black dots and animated picture. The other sources is the AIS tracks that describes the current ship coordinates obtained with a high frequency. Also, we used the raster data of the forecasted ice conditions provided by the specialists from Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute. And at the last, we considered the standard navigation data of bathymetry and the zone of limited or prohibited navigation. During ice routing, we explicitly consider the time that ship needs to rotate and change its heading. In heavy ice conditions, shipmasters prefer to move stern forward, since it allows them to increase the performance of a ship. You can see such stern forward route segments of the studied voyages as dashed lines. The turnaround of a big ship takes both time and fuel. In addition, in very heavy ice, sometimes the ship cannot rotate at all. To estimate the time required for turnaround of a considered vessel in various ice conditions, we carried out a set of special sessions in the navigation simulator. To process the automatically recorded logs of these training sessions, we used a software which was specially developed by our company. The obtained results were used in further studies when running ice routing procedure. Now, I will shortly discuss the ways to account for the icebreaker assistance during the route planning of cargo ships. We suggest three approaches to solve this problem. The first and the simplest one is the planning of icebreaker escort for each voyage separately. In this case, we consider icebreakers as an unlimited resource, while the conditional price of their assistance is calculated using two parameters, the average waiting time and the icebreaker freight rate. By varying these parameters, we can obtain the tracks with different amount of icebreaker assistance. Example is here. The second approach is the planning of icebreaker operations based on predefined graph of routes. In this case, we assign a schedule of cargo ship voyages as an input data for non-trivial mixed integer problem. This problem can be solved using standard methods of discrete programming. And finally, the most sophisticated formulation is the simultaneous planning of several voyages of cargo ships in continuous space with limited number of accessible icebreakers. The principal approach here is to solve together the routing problem for each individual voyage and the joint vehicle resource planning task to arrange existing icebreakers along the route sections where icebreaker support is most efficient. For the moment, we have complete solution for the first two problems, but made only the first step in the third one. Ship operation in ice channels is the other important feature of Arctic navigation. The permanent ice channels are laid in fast ice and usually maintained by icebreakers, while the temporary channels appears after vessel passage and can be used by another vessel. To predict ship performance in a channel, we need to know its characteristics at the current time. For this, we apply a specific model of ice channel dynamics, which describes the freezing and melting of ice in each channel section, as well as the changes of channel geometry after ship passage. Channel geometry is described by the thickness of consolidated layer, thickness of brush ice, and the parameters of channel walls. All these parameters are used as input data for the model of ship performance that estimates the resistance, attainable speed, and shaft power. Selected results of the model are shown top right. During solving the routing problem, both the ice channels and predefined fairways are described as vector linear objects and in the geographic space. Our algorithms of pathfinding can use this linear object and automatically merge them with optimal routes. Let me now discuss the sources of uncertainty in ice routing problem. This is quite a wide task, but I will try to draw some conclusions based on the restricted amount of data from considered voyage. Firstly, we investigated the possible inaccuracy of data on ice conditions. Diagram on the slide compare the ice parameters obtained from ice forecast model of Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute with the onboard records in the same place and at the same time. Top charts correspond to the voyage to the east. The bottom one is the voyage to the west. It could be seen that some parameters are forecasted quite accurate. For example, ice concentration or compression. The accuracy of predicting the ice thickness is slightly lower. At the same time, we can see a significant underestimation in forecasted hammocking, especially for the first part of the voyage to the east. The next step of uncertainty analysis is the verification of ship performance model that we developed and used in routing routine. There are two charts on this slide, and each chart contains 3 lines. The blue line is the actual ship speed taken from automatic identification system. Green one is the calculated ship speed for the case of using the onboard ice data as an input of ship performance model. And the red line is a calculated speed obtained using forecasted ice conditions. We can see that in the case of east voyage, the ship calculating using ice forecast is overestimated. The reason for this is most likely an underestimation of hummocking, because we see that the agreement between the blue and green lines is better, while the green line considers actual hummocking. In the case of voyage to the west, the calculated speed is slightly higher than actual ones, both for the predicted and observed ice conditions. Based on this particular case of ship operation in a convoy, we may conclude that ship performance model for the case requires some improvement. The final stage of uncertainty analysis is the verification of the procedure of automatic ice routing itself. Here, we can see the comparison of actual and recommended tracks for direct and backward voyages. In addition to these two variants, the table on the right contains the characteristics of vessel movement along the actual track according to our model of ship ice performance. Actual and calculated routes for direct voyage are rather similar. They both contain the long segments of stern forward movement. Spatio-temporal location of these segments correspond to one another. The difference between actual and calculated routes for the backward voyage is more significant. In particular, the calculated route goes much closer to the coast in the Laptev Sea in order to bypass the zone of rather severe ice. Color in the map correspond to integral passability for the particular vessel. The whiter the color, the heavier the ice and worse ship performance. By the way, the calculated routes turn out to be better in all cases in terms of choosing optimization criteria. This slide summarizes the principal results of the uncertainty analysis for considered cases. Here we enumerate the main problems caused by the uncertainties in ice forecasts. Uncertainties due to applied model of ship ice performance, as well as the non-considered and subjective factors. For example, the highlighted region of significant underestimation of the model-based speed in comparison with the actual one can be explained very simply. According to onboard records, at that time the ship moved in a channel formed by the adverse voyage of the ship Nikolai Zubov. This example shows the importance of taking into account the temporary breaks and leads in ice fields that have natural or anthropogenic origin. This video, the video on this slide reflects two issues. The first is that we demonstrate the idea of the proposed hybrid grid and wave-based approach. The purpose of this approach to improve the efficiency of numerical algorithms for path finding. For this, we build the optimal path in two stages. The primary route is obtained by means of A** algorithm, which is a cell-based method. Later, the route is refined and smoothed using the ISOCOST wave-based algorithm. At this stage, the area of wave propagation is limited by something like tube around the trajectory that was pre-calculated at the first stage. Second issue we try to address at this slide is related to the use of regularly updated ice forecast or adaptive ice routing. It means that any new received data, for example, a new forecast of ice conditions, may require recalculation of the remaining part of a route. Therefore, the final recommended route of a vessel is obtained during several replannings of a track in the voyage. In next 2 slides, we present several conclusions and recommendations that arise from our studies. I will not comment them all and just point out to the last section, which is about the role of automatic ice routing services in the modern decision support systems. The main conclusion here is that at the moment, ice routing may be used as a tool or instrument in the hands of qualified ice experts. Such experts can use routing to analyze different paths and possible directions of some voyages. However, routing technology is not ready yet to run in fully automated mode. And the main reason of this is a high uncertainty of ice conditions that I mentioned above. Perhaps further, when diagnostic ice data and ice forecasts evolve and develop more and more, the role of automatic ice routing may change significantly. So, thank you a lot for your kind attention. And finally, here below, you can see the link for downloading the demo web client of our routing service. You may download it and test yourself. We hope that it will be interesting and useful. Thank you, and maybe some questions.
Thank you very much for your informative and articulate presentation. Please give Mr. Topaz a big hand once again. There is nothing to add. And after this session, if it is allowed, I'd like to invite Mr. Vladislav Zibul to. I'd like to ask Mr. Zibul as to the application of various researches and technology.
This presentation, if this is workable, before closing, after Professor Hong's presentation, okay? So you can briefly prepare for the very short comment if Alex Topaz's idea is workable in the practical areas anyway. It makes sense, anyway. Okay? All right. 자, 그럼 이제 마지막 제 3세션의 마지막.
Now we will move on to the last presentation of this session 3. Hong Sung-won, professor from the Yongsan University, will present. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am the professor of Hong Sung-won from the Yongsan University Institute of Arctic Logistics. I'm the last presenter. I have like 7 to 8 minutes and I will keep in time. So this year's theme is the Arctic shipping infrastructure. So we have talked about like ice-breaking vessel and a lot of things, and my institute will present on about this transshipment hub of Russia and what kind of roles that we can play in Korea. So my presentation will be a bit different from what other presenters have made. So about these northern sea route, I will talk about the 2021 navigation and Korea's perspectives and the transshipment hub construction. I will share the trends and developments and what kind of roles we can play in Korea. And in June and July, for the companies, we had the survey results. So let me share that as well. This year, although this year has not really completed, we expected to have like 35,000 in terms of the cargo traffic. And what's in orange color is for this year's transit volume, which is over 2 million. Last year it was about 1.28 million, and this year compared to this difficult ice conditions, I think it was good enough. And the foreign flag fleets, we saw the increase. And for this year, this is the sailing conditions compared to the September, November last year, and this year the same period. And compared to last year, the conditions were not really favorable. The one in brown, it's bigger this year. So this year the sailing conditions were worse. And as Belkin mentioned, recently we saw some challenges. And for example, China's COSCO, one vessel, usually it takes 1 month for navigation, but it took 55 days, so it was hard. And for the Russian government, they plan to have year-round navigation, but this is something that was unexpected, so we had some challenges. So usually every year we see some similar patterns. Let me share some Korean perspectives. Usually when we have the destinational transport, and the LNG is the largest one, although we have some oil, and LNG is the largest cargo coming to Asia, especially to China. And the second one is for the transit volume. We have a bulk cargo like iron ore and coal, usually from the northern European shippers and the COSCO of China. And we also have backhaul cargo, COSCO and Wagenburg. When they go back, they also carry the cargo for the backhaul cargo for profit. And that is the simple analysis, but this bulk cargo and general cargo, you can see some patterns. So for example, the Northern European ship liners have some special patterns. For example, they carry iron ore every year, or some carrying the general cargo. And compared to 2020, despite the poor quality of the ice conditions, the cargo volume went up. But as I mentioned, we had these worse sailing conditions, so we had the seasonal volatility. So more than any time, we really need to have these great ice-breaking capabilities to be obtained. This one shows the Yamal LNG, the main cargo, and Yamal LNG is now transporting to Asia. And this whole purple color shows the LNG carrier. They have 15. And compared to the Europe, they are more to the Asia bound. Some are overlapping. So over 10 or almost 10 are now Asia bound. In particular, in China, they had like a 25th voyage, and Japan 10th, and compared to last year, can I go back? So compared to last year, the number of the traffic increased. And I will briefly skip this one. In the Netherlands, we have the Wagenburg. They transport the pulp to Ulsan and Asia and even Canada. They also have this backhaul cargo, like a cargo, some cargoes. So COSCO of China, they have specialized shipping, and that is really specialized for the northern or Arctic shipping. But the data shows, as you can see, compared to the previous years, they closed earlier than the other years. So the eastbound, it was like a 17 days earlier, and for the westbound as well, like a 10 days earlier, they terminated. And from 2013 to 2021, over 8 years, this is the navigation. And it's something that's published every year, but you can see this whole year we had 13 voyages, and it's going up every year. So far, 56 voyages have been made so far, and the red numbers are serviced by the icebreakers. Last year we didn't have one, so this year maybe we had some ice-breaking escort. And this one is for the Ordendorf of Germany for their transport of the iron ore. We saw a huge increase in the iron ore. They have a large vessels like Norway and the Germany. This is for the Norwegian company. Iron ore transport. And the October 19th, they were going to the eastbound, but they went back to Suez. So I think this is the new information to me, but it shows the low quality of these ice conditions, and this shows this LNG and the heavy cargo carrier. And this slide shows the Arctic shipping activities related to Korea. So it's not really clear, but it's not really led by Korea, but Korea was involved. For example, the coal transported to Gwangyang or some heavy cargo shipped to Masan and some ports in Korea. So that's the one. And this slide shows with the Rosatom, the logistics subsidiary, the Rosatom Cargo, joined this seminar 2 years ago, and we couldn't invite them this year. So to the Russian government about their NTC, I asked, or let me briefly mention on this whole project. In 2015 and 16, that's been already available when we had that in Ulsan. In 2015, in the Kamchatka, they had the Development Corporation director and presented, and also from the Far East Development Fund, we had a presentation. So the Rosatom Cargo, at the end of 2019, they made a proposal, and it's still underway, and we are monitoring. So 2021, the ice-breaking container ship, the design has been completed. And September 3rd, at the Far East Economic Forum, Eastern Economic Forum, I joined there virtually. So I heard the Rosatom Director General talked about the great NSR, and I think it's going back to this era of the Soviet Union. So this NSR has a certain range, but it's getting expanded. So when they extend the range, they may cover a larger cargo volume or traffic. And this one was mentioned last year. So its literal translation is the Northern Transit Corridor, but I call it like the Arctic Transit Corridor because we have some different definitions as well. So what's changed was for the Murmansk, and for the Asia, it changed it to Vladivostok port because the port of Kamchatka, in terms of the economics, they had some challenges. So the Vladivostok is one thing that's being mentioned these days. So with the Murmansk and Vladivostok are where they will build the transport logistics hub to provide a feeder service from there. And this is the slide from the conference they attended on July 23rd. So After the conference, these slides will be available on our website. So the Rosatom, the cargo companies are now seeking the projects. Earlier, it was about 1 million TEU for the pilot capacity. And in the phase 2, by 2025, they will have 4 vessels, 6,000 TEU. And from 2030, they want to have like a 10,000 TEU with the nuclear icebreakers. So the SNIF is also here. That is what's going on. So although it's not really publicly available broadly, so let me share that there's a feeder service. The Vladivostok is what we are interested in because it's the shipment hub for Asia, and there are the routes that come to the Vladivostok, and some are bound to Busan, and we saw like 8 voyages, and this one is for the prerequisites that we need to have to build a transshipment port in Vladivostok. So that's what we did with our own researchers. So 24-hour port operating system, and also it should also cover the cargoes that are going to the US or America. Then they should have a port infrastructure for the larger ships like a 10,000 TEU. And the port of Vladivostok, there's also the cost issues because the cost is a bit higher when you have like a loading or unloading. The fees are a bit higher, so we need to make it more competitive. And the port of Vladivostok, the bunkering infrastructure can be, or service can be available there. So this is what we thought with the Russian government, with the plans and projects when they are implemented as planned. Then what about Korea? So that was what we thought. For now, it's slow. Although for the shipbuilding, they are working very busy. So with Russia, we may have some forum, and we had some forums with Russia, and there are some things that we can discuss together. For example, the ice class or the cargo transport or the transshipment port infrastructure. And there are a lot of opportunities. And also in the port of Vladivostok, the Russian government, if it can properly provide the transshipment service, it will take some time to get there. So as the Northeast Asian hub port, Busan port may cover some of the cargo traffic. And also in the Vladivostok port, not stopping the Vladivostok, some may directly go to China, and we have to prepare for that possibility. So how the Busan port can respond to that opportunity or possibility. So Busan port needs to work to get its own competitiveness, and the global companies' terminals can be attracted to Busan port. And this is the survey that we ran in June and July this year. So if there's an opportunity, we're going to share that with you later. So we cover like 100 companies or respondents at the Arctic shipping related seminars and conferences. And so we know the participants very well, but some of them may not know the details of the Arctic shipping routes. And the logistics companies were more interested compared to the shipping liners. So these cargo owners were more interested. So they said that they don't have enough information. So the shipping companies know some of it, but the cargo and the logistics companies had a lot of information and knowledge. So for the commercial potentials, shipping companies saw low potential. And when this Northern Sea route will be available for use, shipping companies are thinking that it may take longer. So let me summarize the findings. So the eco-friendly, like a green fuel, and the IMO is now coming up with the fuel regulations, and we have to prepare for that. So we need to have green fuels and green vessels. So as I listen to these, I'm not talking about these policies of the Russian government. So the Korean government may take some measures to develop some plans. That was one idea that we heard from the companies. Or between the companies and the government, we may seek some collaboration or some pilot test. So the government support or the shipping companies' willingness was also mentioned as the priority. So to summarize, in the shipping industry, well, shipbuilding is very busy, but there is not much activity in the shipping side. So COSCO and the Northern European companies were mentioned a lot. But if we can be part of it, of course, we will build the ice class vessels. But there's so much that the private companies can go. So maybe we can lease the vessels. So the Russian government is now working on the NTC project. So it's a huge project, and a lot of investment will be made. So with regard to this huge project, we have the opportunities to take part in the project. For example, the Russian shippers may operate, and we can work with them for the marketing and the sales. And also the Port of Busan in the long term, because there's a transshipment volume or cargo. So there's something that they can play a role to develop some logistic services. And in these Trans-East Sea, it also involves or affects China and Japan in the other countries. So it would be great if we can get more information from the Russian government. Korea also seeks to be the hub in the Northeast Asia. We need to attract the transshipment cargoes. But Russia, they may have some issues with the cargo for the transit cargo, and they also need to handle the current cargo volumes. So the feeder service for the NTC might be needed, but they also need to find a way to attract the cargo that's going to Suez, China as well. Vladivostok port can be what they use, and Japan as well. So like the Hokkaido area is also one thing. So what I would like to tell to Rosatom, well, with the NPC, we may see more economic feasibility because they are now working on the year-round navigation, but that might require a lot of work. So we need to do more international cooperation. So, for example, in Europe, they have a lot of volume, and Busan port has a lot of cargo as well. So Hamburg or Busan or Bremerhaven of Germany, we may also think about having the direct call for the navigation. So, and that is the last slide. Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. So, well, it was the Korean presentation, so we could understand. So, but he's a professor, and he made a very clear and easy to understand presentation about the current and the next steps of this whole NSR. And about this Alex Topai's presentation,
it was very technical, and I was wondering, since this was the result of the joint research project, it might go to academic. So I was not entirely certain whether that is something that can be applied in the field in reality. So that was the question I had in mind. I'd like to ask Mr. Diebold of Self-Complaint.
For my question about any top eyes, any idea? Very briefly, just within 1 minute, please.
Loud and clear. So basically what Alex Topas said is very important to operate the vessels in the Arctic. For the reason is, as he mentioned, the performance of the vessel. This is the most critically important. I'll give you just a few examples. Basically, this will describe all my answers to you. So, if you know the clear ice condition for the vessel, then we can modulate the mapping for it to make sure the vessel is going to be along the mostly safest and the mostly economical way. So, just give you like a few examples. During this the trial voyage from Sabetha to China and vice versa. So we got a report, and let's say when the ship is in ice-breaking performance mode, that means so we have to go stern ahead. So we used 450 cubes of the boil of gas a day. If the following vessel, just coming just behind the first one vessel who is breaking the ice, the fuel consumption of the BOG is only 250 cubes. This is the very big figures and very costly for the operation. Okay, so that's why if you know the best way, the best condition of the ice for the passage, then you're going to have a definitely benefit for it, save the money and save the vessels. Because it's not really simple when we say, okay, the vessel is going to be working in the ice-breaking mode. So anyway, so in spite of the fuel cost, so we have lots of the impacts, such as the vibration, okay, like mechanical stresses on the hull, and etc. etc. Okay, so that's basically what he explained to us, this ice monitoring system. So it's very useful to use in the operation of the vessel in the Arctic. Okay?
네, 제가 받은
thank you very much. And my impression is that Alex Topai's this whole application, well, for the self-comfort case, well, it's not really readily applicable for now, but it's a great technology. So I think this whole technology is really advanced, and that's really valuable information. So I hope that soon we can apply that to our vessels. So that was for the 5 presentations that we had. So every year for this Arctic Partnership Week, I attend as a chair or as a speaker every year. So the one thing I felt today was, compared to the past few years, the government or the information is really inspiring, and the whole presentations were very serious and in-depth. So this year, this seminar is really perfect and really advanced. So thank you once again for the 5 presenters who made a great presentations, and also the comments of the Vladislav Zibel. Thank you for your comments. One closing comment, though, due to the COVID-19, we are wearing the masks, And I thought that we could take it off this year, but I hope things will go back to normal and we can really feel peace. So maybe 2022, when we have this Arctic Partnership Week next year, we can smile and we can take the masks off and we can like have a great time after the seminar. So thank you once again. Thank you for listening. And as I mentioned earlier, the session from 4 countries, we had great experts and they joined from Zoom. So for the sessions, they may be very satisfied. And now it's time to close the sessions. So thank you very much.
예, 박
Thank you, Professor Bach. We will have a panel discussion in 5 minutes. We will take 5-minute break, and now we will start our panel discussion at 5 past.
시간이 다 돼갑니다. 다시
Time is up. So in a minute, we will continue with panel discussion. So we will continue with the panel discussion in a moment. The moderator already is seated. I'd like to ask Mr. Jibo, Professor Hong, and Mr. Han are the speakers in person, who are here in person, to join us on the stage. And I'd like to ask all the presenters today who are here with us virtually to join us for the panel discussion.
홍 교수님, 미스터 지부를 모시고 위로 좀 앉아 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
I'd like to ask Mr. Hong to bring Mr. Jibo to the stage.
지금부터 제10회
Now, I'd like to move on to the last part of today's seminar, panel discussion. Panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Song-woo Lee of KMI. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Song-woo Lee of KMI. It's been 4 years since I have served as the moderator of the last session of this Arctic Shipping Seminar. I'd like to thank Professor Hong as well as the Yongsan University Institute of Arctic Logistics for having me today. So far, we have discussed many topics, and I'm entirely certain that, well, we as a seminar have developed and advanced so far, and the discussion have become much more profound and in-depth. Well, at first, we focus so much on the risks and opportunities and the benefits created by the use of Arctic shipping route. But from several years ago, we came to identify various issues and the risks and how to address those issues and the risks with new technologies and the skills and solutions, as well as the researches on the way. In particular, today's seminar is even more significant because we have active participation from Russia, which has the largest territory in the Arctic region. And we also have Mr. Jibo, who is a site team manager, site team head of Subcomplot in Korea. He addressed various experiences in project, and other presenters also that touched upon the technological improvement. And last but not least, President Hong talked about the construction of transshipment hub on the NSR and the role of Korea to be played in this regard. I believe I'm here to be a timekeeper and manager. That is why I'd like to cut it short. And I would like to introduce today's panels. Dr. Gunnarsson of Nord University of Norway. And the second panel is Professor Ochuka Natsuhito of Hokkaido University, who has been working with us quite closely for such a long time. Last but not least, we have Mr. Sokta Park of Sinocor. First, I'd like to turn to Dr. Gunnarsson on the presentations from the perspective of a scientist, or from the perspective of the one in Norway. Or if you have any questions now, this is your opportunity to share your questions with the audience. First, we have 3 panels, so I can give 10 minutes to each panel. Dr. Gunnarsson, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to this interesting seminar. It's always a pleasure to interact with those that year after year participate in this important event in South Korea. I would like to start with a short remark regarding international shipping on the Northern Sea route. By international shipping, I mean shipping by non-Russian companies and or shipping to and from non-Russian ports. Maritime infrastructure development along the Northern Sea route is being developed as a necessity to bring large quantities of energy and mineral resources from the Russian Arctic to the global market and support Russia's own domestic shipping and shipbuilding industry. Russian resource extraction companies in the Arctic are now building their own shipping fleets to bring commodities out of the remote areas of the NSR. Subsequently, the role of non-Russian shipping companies is no less than envisioned, say, 10 years ago. But Russia needs foreign infrastructure investments. It is common for big international shipping companies to invest heavily in port facilities in support of their own logistics operations along established transport routes. However, international shipping companies already using traditional routes will not easily alter their own long-established logistics operations. The Russian government has concluded that only when regular year-round navigation serving resource extraction projects in the Russian Arctic is established, will the international shipping industry start to show real interest in the Northern Sea route. Russia is predicting that regular year-round transportation will be the norm on the NSR already during the second half of this decade. But even if infrastructure materializes, a booming international transit business will not start automatically. Russia cannot decide the potential for international transit shipping. On the other hand, positive international market developments and reduced geopolitical tensions will not help if supportive Russian policies and framework conditions are not in place. Conditions for large-scale investments by the international shipping industry and cargo producers for use of the NSR is still not in place. Besides, there are uncertainties about Russia's long-term policies. It remains an open question whether Russian preferences will support de facto monopoly on Arctic transits, for example, container shipping, rather than encourage competition from international shipping companies. International shipping on the NSR has been dominated by the European shipping companies, with only a handful of Asian companies being involved each year. Transport of commodities from the NSR to European ports takes place much more frequently than to ports in the Asian Pacific region. Companies based in Northwest Europe have extensive experience of operating ice-strengthened cargo vessels in sea ice during the winter in the Baltic Sea, and some of these have been used on Arctic voyages during the summer-fall season on the NSR. European companies also have extensive experience in the transport of heavy lift cargoes and in offshore support, as well as in dredging operation in European coastal ports and rivers. This expertise and equipment have been in demand in the Russian Arctic and will likely continue to be so for several planned extraction projects. A major limitation on the use of the NSR as an international shipping route has been the availability of ice-strengthened vessels of different segments and sizes for use on Arctic voyages. However, international shipping companies will not invest in expensive ice-class vessels only for spot market deliveries of goods during parts of the year. They need year-round shipping, a sustainable cargo base, and confidence in stable framework conditions if they are going to undertake large investments in ice-strengthened vessels. Some companies may be reluctant to engage in Arctic transport due to public concerns about perceived environmental risks. Yet Russia can claim that shorter sailing distances using the NSR translate into reduced emissions. And if enough LNG-powered vessels are introduced, climate-related arguments in favor of the NSR will be strengthened. So at the end of the day, it is the global maritime industry that will decide when the shorter Arctic route is safe, efficient, reliable, environmentally sound, and economically viable in the comparison with other routes across the world's ocean. So thank you. That was my short remark in the beginning.
Thank you very much, Professor Gunnarsson, about the perspective of the global maritime or shipping industry, what the Russian government needs to do, and what it takes for them to attract the global shipping companies, and how they can really make the investment. And in particular, for the NSR, the Russian shipping companies' role is going down, and that's one thing that we need to take note. Their roles are getting weaker, which can put the Russian government at disadvantage. And we need to have the port infrastructure, but the global shipping companies and the loading companies are developing that. And the Berg port are sometimes developed by the cargo owners. But in this time of uncertainty, the mineral or the resource development is now being done by the Russian government. And you pointed out the issues and this whole route. The Russian government, if they claim that it's their own route, then the most shipping companies may not use that. So that is also another political risk. So the Russian government need to take that into account. And also for the spot route, they may not invest a huge amount of money in building this ice breaking or the ice strengthened vessels. So NSR is an important game changer for the future. But to have the economic feasibility, there are some obstacles that we need to tackle. So that was the comment from the Professor Gunnarsson. He's also talked about the perspective of Norway, which is also a member of the Arctic Council. So let's hear from the Japanese perspective, Dr. Ochika Natsuhiko. Please share your comments and also your perspectives from Japan about the progress of these Arctic shipping routes, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to talk about what of the determinants of the Trans-Northern Sea Route commercial shipping. And as of the end of 2019, more than 300 Trans-Northern Sea Route voyages were carried out between Atlantic and Pacific Ocean ports. And all these attempts were temporal destination shipping, and mainly bulk cargo was transported. And basically, most of voyages were successfully completed without notable delay or problem. And through these accumulated experiences, shipping market might gradually gain practical knowledge of the Northern Sea Route for their businesses. And based on these experiences, the determinants of the Trans-Northern Sea Route shipping could be summarized several issues. Firstly, sea ice retreat enables to expand summer navigable period and chance to match time-dependent cargo demand and ice class ship schedule. But it would be hard to find high ice class cargo vessels that can sail the Northern Sea Route in winter, and it is not easy to achieve competitive shipping costs in near future. So the discussion of year-round shipping of general cargo would be a matter of long-term view. And the fuel price is one of the key elements of the Northern Sea Route shipping cost. And if the higher the fuel price becomes, the Northern Sea Route shipping cost feasibility against the Suez Canal route becomes more competitive. And availability of Russian nuclear icebreaker is often questioned, but it is not serious issues under recent sea ice retreat in mid-summer to fall seasons. However, if shipping activity expands to ice existing season and nuclear and number of ships start to enter the Northern Sea Route, this would be important issues. And the ice and weather forecast are achieving both Russian Information Service, which was introduced today, and non-Russian commercial service as well. And satellite monitoring of sea ice is also achieving, but still there remain many issues to be developed. And among these issues, but the key issues for business possibility across the Arctic Ocean could be ice class ship availability and navigation safety and punctuality and market demand and sustainability. And some are still uncertain, but in many issues, situation is drastically developed in these years. And among them, building ice class ship might be a risky decision for private sectors, but under the support of Russian policy to develop year-round liner container shipment, ice class container carriers is becoming reality maybe. And this could be a starting point of new era of the Arctic shipping if possible. And in the technological point of view, ice navigation service provided by Russia, which was presented today, is very interesting and important progress for development of the Northern Sea Route. And at the same time, from the commercial point of view, cargo demand between Europe and East Asia is a crucial requirement to realize the commercial container shipping across the Northern Sea Route. Thank you very much.
네, 오초카.
Thank you very much, Professor Otsuka. So among the well-known factors, Professor highlighted some of the key points. And the weather and ice forecast data as well as the sea ice monitoring has been especially highlighted by Professor. And the thing which grabbed my attention is ice class vessels as well as the icebreakers. There was such a disruption in the sea ice-breaking operation. So it took 50 days instead of 30 days as usual. So with this, private participation would be extremely limited, since this is related to the safety as well as punctuality. So I believe the initial government support would be quite important. So the private-public cooperation and the partnership would be required in the initial days in order to address these various issues. And the second part I'd like to highlight is that the sea ice navigation system implemented by the Russian government needs to be upgraded further in order to tackle various issues identified by the professor. Due to climate change, well, there is a sea ice melting in the Arctic region. But as we have extreme weathers because of the climate change, well, in the Arctic region, there is an extreme weather conditions take place so frequently because there is no predictability whatsoever. This poses such a serious threat to the ship, to the vessels, cargo vessels. This is very important. That is why this was pointed out by the professor. Thank you. I'd like to move on to the third panel. Compared to China and Japan, Korea is more sensitive to the economic feasibility. That is why shipping companies in Korea are not that interested in the Northern Sea route. And as mentioned by Professor Hong in his presentation, we can see there are preconditions that need to be met by the NSR in order for the Korean companies to take part in the use of NSR. And now this panel is working for a shipping company, so I'd like to ask him for his opinion, and I'd like to also ask Mr. Park to make a comment on the technologies required for the safe navigation and as well as the requirement for the infrastructure investment, if he has any comment or opinion on that. Please. Mr. Park is on mute. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me for this panel discussion. I'm Seok-tae Park of Sinocor. I'd like to share with you Sinocor's opinion as a shipping company, which is a potential user of NSR. Last year, I briefly introduced what this company is doing. Well, this is a company which provides container line service. And we have 78 container vessels, and we have about 400,000 TEUs of containers. And we are the 9th largest container shipping company with the 110,000 TEUs. And the cargo growth has been very consistent. In 2013, it was 1 million TEU, and in 2020, it was 3.2 million TEU. And this year, the business has grown by 15% with 3.5 million TEUs. In particular, this year, with Japan, China, and Northeast Asia, there has been a clear growth in the cargo, but the Vladivostok port, and there has been some very serious congestion in some of the Russian ports. That is why the shipping of containers as well as the vessels, containers, has been put on hold. Sinocor signed an MOU in order to facilitate the development of the NSR 3 years ago. But due to the limitations in our capacity, there has been no real progress so far. However, Rosatom's transshipment hub port is under review to take place in Vladivostok, but since my company provides a feeder service between Busan Port and the Vladivostok Port, I believe if Vladivostok Port is found to be the transshipment hub, then there will be a great opportunity. But as you know, since we are not large-scale shipping company, we cannot make any single investment on our own. That is why it will be quite critical for my company to work with any feeder service companies as well as the ocean-going carriers if in a certain alliance. Through this kind of seminar, we'll be able to pursue joint research as well as the exchange of information. I believe we need to continue this kind of effort in order to facilitate our cooperation. And 24/7 available infrastructure as well as the terminal should be realized as early as possible along the NSR so that we can encourage shipping companies to turn to use the NSR. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park. So he shared about these perspectives of the small, medium-sized shipping company from the Sinocor's perspective. So about the navigation into the NSR, it's not really that feasible or practically. So even though it can participate, it needs to form some alliance with the large shipping companies in Korea, and also for these in the port of Vladivostok, the feeder service cargo volume should be increased for them to increase or their business or grow their business. So the feeder service route and the shuttle service for the Arctic shipping routes, they have the shuttle from Murmansk to Pebrsky to Kamchak. It may navigate in between, and they will have these icebreaker fleet, and on the other sections they will have like ice class and other vessels for the shuttle service, and it's been discussed for 5 to 6 years. And as you listen to the Professor Hong's presentation, at the very end of this whole route, not the port of Kamchak, but the port of Vladivostok is now gaining more importance and attention. And that means that these Arctic shipping routes is now getting more or becoming more relevant topic for Korea. So in other words, it means that for Russian government, they are now struggling to decide whether these Vladivostok or the other port will be better or not. So personally, I think as an expert in the international logistics business, well, given that all the conditions are the same, the port of Vladivostok is at a better or in a better position. But the port of Vladivostok, I have done a lot of studies and I've been involved in the development projects, but they also have a lot of limitations. So how they will tackle the limitations in Russia and how they can make the progress is also what we want to know. The port of Vladivostok, with the current capacity, the vessels may not be able to get in, so maybe they have to build a new port to handle the cargo volume. So on that point, we need to wait and see how the Russia will react, and they may want to also have some collaboration on some points with Korea. So we will discuss about that later. So the discussion was a bit too short, so we have some time left for the discussion. So Professor Gunnarsson and Otsukar, Natsuhiko, and Mr. Park shared some comments. And with the presenters, I'd like to find some link. And as a moderator, I'd like to ask a few questions. So first, the Dr. Gunnarsson mentioned about the Russian companies are getting or losing their roles in the maritime transport industry, and I couldn't hear the full presentation from Mr. Zibel. But as a Russian company, what do you think about the roles of the Russian shipping companies and the challenges? Or your company, or I mean the Russian government, what are they want to do to grow the companies or businesses?
Hello. So basically answering your question, as far as I can see, now we are growing, so placing the orders for the more vessels, so especially for the NSR. And as far as I know, so we also want to increase the tonnage to be transported by the Russian companies, so along the NSR as well. So there's always a risk. Okay, at the moment, so maybe the NSR, so the better just to be addressed to the operators of the Northern Sea Road. Okay, so but regarding the risks, I would like to also to remind just the recently Evergreen stuck in the Suez Channel, right? So what brought lots of the problem and lots of the losses. Okay. Okay.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. The Russian companies and the businesses are making dedicated effort in order to increase the use of the NSR and to address various risks out there. And as for the closure of the Suez Canal, as mentioned by Mr. Jibo, with that, we came to realize that there must be some alternative to the existing traditional route, but that also means that the vessels using the NSR, they try to use the NSR, but because of the delay, they, rather than using the NSR, they decided to use the Suez Canal. So these two options out there, the Suez Canal and the NSR, which one the companies would choose. So I think we will see a clearer picture in 5 years or in 10 years. Whether this one is better than that one, I think that there are some issues for each route to tackle. Now, I believe the NSR is slightly a disadvantage, but at some point, the NSR will be able to become a compelling option, an alternative to the Suez Canal. I believe that's the point Mr. Jibo wanted to make. Then turning to Mr. Han.
인상적.
You made a very impressive presentation on the R&D carrier from the perspective of the Samsung Heavy Industries technology. So there were many features like the intelligence and the others. So personally, I was wondering, as the vessels navigating the NSR, the icebreakers might be different from the vessels, because the regular vessels have a lot of digital technologies. So you might be thinking about what kind of digital technologies to be applied to your icebreaker vessels. So what are the level of the digitalization, like the autonomous vessels or navigation? Well, maybe not that level, but are there any kind of simpler technologies that you are already applying or in the pipeline? Well, to briefly mention or answer the question like the autonomous vessels, well, we haven't really get to the level where we consider these technologies for the NSR navigation. It's a bit too early. And for the other than the NSR or the Arctic shipping routes, the other vessels, we have some digitalized like the navigation control systems, and we have developed and we are applying that. So that's the current status.
So as for digitalization, how to apply it, well, it will take some time. That's the impression I got. Of course, digitalization is underway, and I think there should be some interaction and communication between the vessels and the satellite and other communication infrastructure, and the port need to be equipped with various communication infrastructure. But some of the Suez Canal using route is not fully equipped, and as for the NSR, what is in the process of getting ready for the digitalization. Now, I'd like to ask Professor Hong my question. You conducted the survey, and you have been working with various shipping companies so far in order to facilitate the use of the NSR. And as you mentioned at the start, what kind of help and support and assistance from the government do you expect to be most beneficial in promoting the use of the NSR? What kind of policies of the government will be most helpful in facilitating the use of the NSR? Probably it was back in 2019. There was a discussion at the Polar Economic Council. Shipping companies were in such a difficult shape, so they did not have the capacity to pay any attention to the use of the NSR. But some of the carriers are still interested in using the NSR. So I think it will be too risky for any companies in the private sector to make the initial investment, as well as to put in any initial efforts. That is why, if the government is interested in leading this initiative, I believe this is something actually mentioned by our incumbent president, to President Putin back in 2019 or 2018. So if the government is interested in pushing forward the NSR use, then there should be any partnership formed between the public and the government. And this is also part of the outcome of the survey. And if government is willing, that it can form a certain council or consultative body with the companies, the shipping companies. And there is no way for the shipping companies to build ice-class vessels if there is no cargo. So that is why we need some government support as well as some sponsorship. Or we can build a lower ice-class vessel to use it for the route to the Southeast Asian port, or we can use it for other public purpose. So I do not believe this is something that can be done by the private sector alone. That is why we need heightened attention from the government.
네, 교수님.
Thank you, Professor. So the government need to pay attention to this to further open up the NSR. But since a few years ago, I have been pointing this out. A large-scale project between Korea and Russia can be considered, and the Russian party is also talking about that, but we couldn't really involved in that because in the Siberia or the Arctic region, the resource development, joint development, then these whole resources could be about cargo, or it could generate the cargo traffic. And who would own that? The Arctic 1 and R2 and our shipping companies have a strong technology. So but they are not sure whether it can continue. So if we can really attract the cargo traffic, then we can also get the order for the shipbuilding, and then Russia and Korea can collaborate. And the shipping companies, to have the cargo, we can also transport the cargoes as well. The first Arctic, the vessel ordered, I remember it was the Daewoo Korean company, and the Samsung Heavy Industries also won the order. Or it's not operated by the Korean companies, but by the Japanese or the other countries' companies. So in that regard, we need to make some turning point and be more ambitious. So as Professor Hong mentioned, I think some experts need to raise their voices and make the proposals to the next administration of Korea so that the cargo can be attracted for these shipping companies. So we had this one round. Usually on the internet, we can take some questions and answer the questions, or from the floor, we may take some questions. So I don't have any questions from the online. So do we have any questions?
왜요? 예, 네, 혹시 지금
Is any of the speakers who want to ask a question to each other, or if there is any question you want to ask, then we'd like to open the floor for you.
혹시 코멘트 하실 분 있으세요?
Any comment from the speakers who are joining us via the Zoom platform?
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Alexei Bambulak, Aquaplaniva, Norway. I probably can bet that I'm on the northernmost point among those who are taking part in the seminar today. Yeah, it was extremely interesting to follow all the presentations given during the seminar. And I would like to reflect most of them and ask our panelists and probably also speakers. And most of all, probably in reflection to a presentation given by Dr. Mikhail Grigoriev about ambitious plans on developing oil and gas and coal production projects within the Northern Sea Route area. But actually the question is to dear panelists that are sitting on, so to say, both ends of the Northern Sea Route, and more in relation to relatively new and up-to-date movement on developing green ports and green shipping lanes. How this environmental friendly movement can affect the ports receiving and sending cargo through this Arctic lane, and what do you think how it may affect the ports within the Northern Sea Route if you're speaking about the transit? When actually, okay, how green should be ports within the Northern Sea Route area, and what associated costs we can expect with this environmental trend for Arctic lanes development. Thank you very much.
I think it's a question for me.
Yes, for you also, Mikhail.
Okay, thanks. Alexei, you see all this zero carbon pursuit, etc. In my understanding, did not finally understand what does it mean. If you try to reduce the carbon emission during the transport operation, loading, and so on, we have to keep in mind what fuel is on the table. What do we really need? Is the LNG zero carbon fuel? I think no. You see a lot of words by Rosneft head Sechin that Vostok Oil will produce the production with practically zero carbon fluence. I think it's not supported by some technological calculation. Really, I don't know answer for your question, because in my mind it's a great distance between declaration and understanding of the practical, technical, technological result. What we really need to do. In any case, if we are talking about the structure of the Arctic fleet, I mean, of vessels who are operating in the Arctic area, yes, of course, we have such pioneers like Sovcomflot, who used not only LNG carriers or LNG, but they did really 3 voyages by the crude oil tankers fueled by LNG, but it was just first bird It's not a systematic decision. If we will look at the whole cabotage fleet, we really face that all these vessels use the heavy fuel. I don't know. I think that first of all, it necessary to understand how much it will be. Your question is pretty good. I don't know. I don't know because you see, it's necessary to keep some balance. It's necessary to keep balance between penalty and some motivation for the ship owners to change the engine of the vessels, to change even the ideology of the shipping. Other issue, if we are talking about zero carbon, it's very wonderful nuclear powered vessels which have practically zero. On the other hand, we have the great restriction for the nuclear vessels operation in different ports, etc., etc. Really, we don't understand what does it mean. So I think that I will leave this question open.
네,
Thank you very much. At an international seminar, the whole economics and the environment, the experts usually have this kind of the conversation, and it's really hard to find the right balance. I also care about the environment, but from our side of the story, it's really hard to give the right answer to this whole question about striking the balance. I think it will take days and hours to really have this whole conversation. So that was it for the question. But do we have any questions from the floor or from the online participants?
네,
Okay, I think the time is up and time to close, or we have like 9 minutes to left, or okay, so if not, it's okay. From the floor, do we have any question? Who really feel that anyone who must ask a question? So Professor Park, please. The one last question. So please make it quick. Well, the question might be long, but the answer should be short. I'd like to ask a question to Professor Gunnarsson. So in the northern, the route, the Suez transit to Europe to Asia, the service, to have the competitiveness, the NSR, it might take some time and cost. So we need the time and money for the NSR to be competitive compared to the Suez. So to have the commercial feasibility, we need to have the icebreaker. But without icebreaker, the year-round navigation must be feasible. So, and there was also mentioned from the Mr. Belkinson's presentation, but I have some other thoughts. So, Professor Gunnarsson, about having full competitiveness and having full commercial feasibility. From when do you think the NSR will be available, or the year-round navigation will be possible? What's your thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you for the question. According to Russian sources, icebreaker support will be sufficient for a year-round navigation on the Northern Sea route by the end of this decade. And but in addition to icebreaker support to be of interest to commercial shipping, obviously icebreaker support is essential and extremely important part of the overall infrastructure. But we also mentioned that there are a number of other factors that are important to the commercial international commercial shipping, and not the least, the cargo base. A cargo base serving the Northern Sea route on a year-round basis or otherwise has not been identified. And this is something that really needs to be done, and some of us are tackling that question. But then there are also other things that a number of other factors that come into the picture. To be of interest, the route does not just have to be open; it has to be safe. And so the safety issue is a paramount, and a way to reduce transport delays with very detailed sea ice forecasts and services to transiting vessels, almost real time. Input there is needed, and weather forecast and so forth. Then also a lot of things. There's a lot of discussion about transshipment hubs. Now, particularly for container shipping, it involves cost and additional time. And another study that hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet is what is the economics of transshipment in the Arctic? Is that the way to go? The Russian vessels are both transshipping at least part of the cargo, and they are also sailing these high ice class vessels all the way to Asia and to Europe. So what is the economics of transshipment? That's another question. So a number of different factors come into play. An effective and predictable administrative and management system serving international shipping is also required, and so forth. So a lot of still a lot of issues need to be resolved.
네, 구나선 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Gunasan. We expected that the answer would be short, but the length was very adequate. Now is the time for us to wrap up today's session. In relation to the last question posed by Professor Park, in the past we talked about the economics of the NSR. I believe now is the time for us to talk more about reliability of the services and reliability of the route. In particular, because of the climate change and extreme weathers in the Arctic region, there was a severe melting of the ice, and because of the quality of the melting ice was very poor. That is why it prevented the vessels from entering into the NSR. So I believe not just the entrance into the NSR, but also the safe navigation through the NSR would be the most important factor going forward. What we are talking about is rather ironical. The cargoes would be iron ores, minerals, and oils and fuels, but we are talking about net zero. I do not think that everything will change overnight. It will change over time gradually. And I believe the NSR going forward will need to go in line with the movement of the global community, such as the carbon neutrality and the climate change responses. Only then we'll be able to ensure the starting point for the green port as well as the green vessels. With that, I'd like to conclude today's seminar. Thank you very much for your time and attention. And I hope you have a safe return home. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lee. This concludes the 10th International Arctic Shipping Seminar. I would like to thank all the speakers from abroad, especially from Russia and Norway, who had to wake up at such an early hour. Thank you very much.